Tisa first. What it do? 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 Oh, happy day. It's a lot going on with your president and his cabinet, his lawmen, mega men, crime men, this mafia, allegedly. I'm sorry I was late. I was testing somebody's. I was checking their temperature. Yeah, it seems like there's a pattern going on. They be trying to test Auntie Fee on the cool, you know. They've been trying to yank my subscribers and stuff. So I was just seeing if somebody was moving time and trying to catch me slipping, you know. Woo! Hey, Cynthia, these people are funny to me. They funny to me. If you see something, say something. Okay? If you see something, say something. That's universal. And if you happen to be in the DF dub, and you see some kooky stuff online, report it. Report that. Whether you like them or not, cool with them or not, you know, whether they done helped you behind the scenes, whatever the case may be, you better off leaving an anonymous tip. Hell, there may be an award for you. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on in this Mo3 case. A lot of shiesty stuff. You know what I mean? So if you see something, say something. On my wall, I left a number. Crime Stoppers numbers. It's a lot of crime going on YouTube that needs to be reported. If you see something, if you think you saw something, honestly, report it. Report it. Trust me, they will report you. I promise that. Believe that. So check out my wall. I left a number where you can anonymously report something that you see, whether it's real life or on the streets or if it's even on YouTube. It's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on, y'all. Y'all need to stay woke. And I want y'all to always be advised. You understand? Even if you have to, you know, hit me on my IG. Say, Auntie Fee, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I'm going to give you that number. If you see something, say something. Even if they, you know, sometimes it may be undercover. I don't know. I ain't trying to figure that part out. But if I see something, I'm going to say something. Because they could be scamming you. You understand? Scammers don't care nothing about loyalty. A scammer is a scammer. Okay, so let me move on because there's a lot I need to cover. I like this little lick too with the jazz. You understand? But let's talk about your president getting ghost. They ghost him. He thinking he finna get a whole president. You know, he finna get a whole song and dance. And she stood him up. I mean, how embarrassing is that? He up here bragging about who gonna do what for him, cause he the man, and they just done left his hanging. Can y'all believe that? Y'all do know Auntie Fee wants to laugh, right? Cause these people killing me thinking they the SHIT, and they finding out the hard way. Baby, he is just not understanding. Some of them judges is not letting him pass. They not letting him go pass go. You going straight here and straight there. I know that you used to people being afraid of you. That's not the case anymore. Is this today? Let me see.
Today is Wednesday, May 13th. Can I pray?
Can he pray? Y'all ready to pray? You know, I thoroughly enjoyed this segment. I ain't gonna even lie. I like the jazz, and I like Can We Pray?
Today is Wednesday, May 13th.
I really, 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 really like it. It helps center me where I would maybe have lost my cool. You know, it brings me right on back to earth. Is that all right? Can he pray? Can he pray for us? Can he put his power of prayer on us? Can I pray for you? Yes, sir, you can. Yes, indeed, you can. Carry on, sir. We appreciate you taking the time out to speak to God with us. Let's go.
Dear God, I pray for the person that is here with me right now. God, I pray that right now you surround them with a peace that surpasses all human understanding.
Yes.
The kind of peace that guards their heart and their minds through Christ Jesus. God, surround them today with your Holy Spirit. God, in your presence, worry has to flee.
Showing that
Depression
inflation
and
is
anxiety
surging.
have to flee. Brokenness has to flee. You promised in Psalm 16:11, in your presence is fullness of joy. You promised in Acts 3:19, times of refreshing may come from the presence of the Lord. God, I pray that you refresh them today. Rain down your goodness over them. Rain down your favor. You promise in Malachi 3:10 that you will throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there will not be room enough to store it. God, pour out a blessing that they cannot contain. Pour out a blessing that overflows onto every part of their life, blessing their health, a blessing over their finances, their family, over their dreams, over their goals. God, let them know that no matter what happens, you are still God. You are still seated on your throne, ruling and reigning in victory. You are still in control. You still love them. You still care for them. And all things will work out for their good. God, you are the Alpha and the Omega, the one who saw this day before the world began. And we acknowledge that every breath that we take is a gift from you. Everything we have is because of your grace and your mercy. Your word says that every good and every perfect gift comes from you, Jesus. Your word says in John 14:27, peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. Not as the world gives do I give to you. Let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. I pray that today they feel the depth, the width, the height of your unfailing love. Give them the comfort of knowing that your mercies are new every single morning. You still love them with an everlasting love. God, I pray that they stand on the promise of your word, believing with full confidence that all things work together for the good of those who love you and are called according to your purpose. I pray that they know that everything will be okay. God, I thank you for everything you have done, all that you are doing, and all that you will do in their life. I pray that you are with them today, and I pray that they know that they are not alone because you are with them. God, I pray all these things in the mighty and wonderful name of Jesus. Amen. Have a blessed Wednesday.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, the kickback queen. Monty, what it do? Crystal, Ronald, Cynthia, I saw you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we gonna be needing some prayers, Lord. The prayers of the righteous availeth much. Is that not what the Lord says? Yes, 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 yes. We got to find something to keep us positive with all these troubled times. It's a lot going on. Yeah, what they say, let the church say, amen. You know, some of our, what is it, anxiety. It has a lot to do with what's going on in the world. It has a lot to do with what they've been tampering with our food. It's just a lot going on. I've been missing you, Monty. I know I haven't been coming on during the day. I typically have been busy. But I thought, since China done I don't know what to say about China. They just showing they just they just ain't sugarcoating no more. What? I guess they saying it is what it is. And we not gonna play with you no more. I need to play this one, but I need to go and get to China. It's a lot going on. I'm trying to get caught up. So it's a lot going on, Auntie Fee. And we may not have time to play. Did I move? Dang it. Where is it at? I want to go to the one I had pinned. Oh, man. He got ghosted, man. He got ghosted. Trump got ghosted. How he not gonna even be there when he arrived? What in the world is going on? I mean, that is, whoo. That's like a female's nightmare, right? Somebody invite you. Well, did he invite him or did he request?
I didn't realize.
Which one is it? Was he invited? Or did he? It sound like, hold on, I don't think that's the one I'm looking for. It's another one. It sound like he asked for this, or maybe it had been pre-planned before he started pulling all these stunts and playing in these people's faces and, popping his collar like he was I was finna do old boy. She's naive. Acting like he was the shit. You know what I mean? Is this the one? Dang it, I shouldn't have moved. Okay, I'm gonna go and grab this one. I don't know if this is the exact one I had. I don't think this is it. Let me go over here. I want the exact one I heard earlier today. Is this 18? That's not it. It's this over here. Hold on. I found it on that device. It blows my mind how some things pull up on one device but don't pull up on the other. I don't get that. The history is the history. Okay, y'all. Y'all got y'all tea? Y'all rest to go. Are you rest to go? He no-showed him, man. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. He no-showed him. He like stood him up. Like, ooh wee. How can you explain that? Ooh, you too big. You too big for your britches. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna let him talk, y'all, but get the likes up because Trump got played. I mean, god dang. They stripping him, y'all. I ain't gonna even lie. But it's good. It's time. It's time for all the crooks to be exposed. Let's go.
Donald Trump is panicking and he is livid as he arrived in China, and Xi Jinping was not there to greet him when Air Force One landed. Not only that,
but this ain't the first time I think that somebody stood him up. That time when he was walking side to side, who stood him up? Was that But this one is funny because he just been bragging. Woo-wee. He think he's still in charge, and he don't know that they don't make deals behind him. They done power moves. I mean, that time he was walking to the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Now kick, now kick. All by himself. Did he even wave like he saw somebody? At least China, they had a little cheerleaders, not cheerleaders, but a little high school people or elementary, I don't know, waving some red. So let's go, y'all. Let's go. This is funny to me. It's funny to me because you pop your collar, to us in the U.S. line most of the time, and then this redistricting scam and scheme, you got going on because you can't handle the loss. You can't handle the truth. You can't handle that everybody's sick of you. You can't handle that. You ain't gonna have nobody to blame. You ain't gonna have no Russia, and you done made all these deals and sanctions and dropping sanctions for the people that you say, yeah. And everybody, and I do mean everybody in them foreign countries, got you in a uncompromising position playing with kids. Allegedly. You stuck like Chuck. They say, I don't know. Bill said, your throw game is the game of it all. Let's go. Air Force One arriving in China. Let's go.
Xi Jinping did not send any top Chinese government officials to greet Donald Trump. Instead, Xi Jinping sent lower-level ceremonial people from the government. Chinese government officials to greet Donald Trump. Instead, Xi Jinping...
He got low level? Huh? He had a squad out there, a teacher. They didn't have their hands in the tent. Huh? They didn't have those people standing there greeting you with a strong handshake. Yeah, they didn't give you that. Yeah. Okay. This is unfamiliar territory. Low level. Oh my God, clench your pearls.
Jinping sent lower-level ceremonial people from the government, and then he also sent a group of Chinese school children to wave in Donald Trump.
What? He got kiddies? Yeah, what's going on? They sent kids. Did he say grade school, grade level, what? Elementary? What?
School children to wave in Donald Trump's face, mostly Chinese flags, some American flags. This was a greeting that showed that Xi Jinping did not care that the President of the United States was arriving for a purported state visit. Now, Donald Trump was very nervous walking down the steps of Air Force One. He was struggling step by step. He was holding on for dear life not to fall down.
Since we on elementary, right? Huh? Put one foot in front of the other, and soon you be walking out.
flags, some American flags. This was a greeting that showed that Xi
Oh my
Jinping did
God.
not care that the President of the United States was arriving for a purported state visit. Now, Donald Trump was very nervous walking down the steps of Air Force One.
Do not fall.
He was
1,
struggling step
2,
by step.
3.
He was holding on for dear life not to fall down the steps. Let me show you what went down. This clip is going viral right now as Donald Trump struggles to get down the stairs of Air Force One. Let's play it.
Ooh, ooh. 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 Oh my. He better not look up. Hey Juliana. Hey Bernardo.
Now let me show you an angle of the school children right here that Xi Jinping sent to wave again,
Ain't
mostly
playing with
Chinese
him.
flags in Donald Trump's
He ain't
face.
playing with
This is
him.
what Donald Trump was greeted with, Chinese school children, not Xi Jinping. Here, play this clip. Show you more B-roll of Donald Trump struggling down those stairs. Again, you can see him holding on to the handle for dear life right here. I just find it so interesting
Legs
that he would
don't
always
fail me
mock
now.
former President Biden for this
Feet
exact
don't
thing.
fail
And
me now.
Donald Trump just looks so much worse, so weak, so frail, so pathetic looking. No Xi Jinping, no top level foreign minister there. Here's how state regime media, which calls itself Fox, tried to spin this, and then they admit, oh, it looks like Elon Musk is there. Who else is there? This is how state regime tried to spin it. Here, play this
Oh
clip.
wow.
You know, the president comes in, I think that's Elon Musk right there, I do believe, just behind there.
No.
Yes, right in front of the ambassador, David Perdue. So we'll try to pick out a few others. Eric Trump and Laura Trump, we mentioned that a moment ago. So
tomorrow is the bilat, and then he is going to tour some important places. And then on Friday, before they leave, is the tea, and then there is the lunch. These are participants. These kids apparently include 10 American expatriate children that were selected by Chinese organizers to make the president feel warmness of home. You can see the beast is leaving.
Now, as former Ambassador Luis Marino explains, no Xi, no foreign minister, just bells and whistles and lower-ranking folks. As someone who has done more than a few POTUS visits abroad, that doesn't happen unless someone, Xi Jinping, is sending a message to Donald Trump. I mean, you had David Perdue there, which Donald Trump's ambassador to China over there. You had China's ambassador to Washington there. You had a vice minister there, but none of the top-level people were there. And this is what Donald Trump posted as he was arriving in China. And then he's gone radio silent since he landed. He just wanted everybody to know.
What? He ain't said nothing. He ain't been overnight. He what? He ain't been on the La Web or whatever that mess is. Truth Social, La Social. What? He just not that into you. He said, man, I ain't finna go out there. He be, he don't be bathing right, and somebody need to spray him down and shit. I put up with that bull crap, cause I thought I had to, but now I see how weak this shit is, in his language, he's speaking in his language and stuff. I don't know how, no, just go ahead. Ain't nobody got time for that. Shit.
Is sending a message to Donald Trump. OG, no foreign minister, just bells and whistles and lower ranking folks. As someone who has done more than a few POTUS visits abroad, that doesn't happen unless someone, Xi Jinping, is sending a message to Donald Trump. I mean, you had David Perdue there, who's Donald Trump's ambassador to China over there. You had China's ambassador to Washington there. You had play this clip.
We've been talking about inflation. We've been talking about the president's approval on it, which is not good. Our new poll shows that people are very unhappy with the economy, with inflation, with this handling of inflation. On a historical perspective, though, how much don't they like how he's handling inflation?
These are the ugliest numbers I have ever seen on inflation. And it's not just one poll, Johnny Berman. It's many polls. Just take a look here. President's net approval on inflation. The 5 worst polls ever for any president. They all belong to Donald John Trump, and they have all occurred in the last month. The CNN poll, one of them, 48 points below water on the net approval rating. So what we're talking about here is the worst numbers ever in multiple polls now belong to the President of the United States, Donald Trump. It is a record, simply put, you do not want to have.
The 5 worst polls ever.
5 worst polls ever.
Joe Biden's not in there?
Joe Biden's
Jimmy
not.
Carter's not in there?
Jimmy Carter's not in there.
All Donald Trump?
All Donald Trump. The 5 worst ever belong to this gentleman on this side of the screen.
And by the way, here's how they're referring to it, or here's how they're discussing it on Canadian TV right now, about how weak it looks when Donald Trump has been arriving to China. Let's play this clip.
I imagine, though, that there are people in China who are wondering how the U.S., who should have had every advantage in this war that it started, is getting bogged down by a much lesser power.
Everybody laughing at it.
Tradition, I hate to tell you.
Whether you're planting now or later, Fast Growing Trees has everything you need to make your dream yard a reality.
Everybody laughing at him.
Quality and selection of plants delivered to your door. Fast notes and support the show.
Look, even MAGA Mike Johnson, Republican Speaker of the House, gave an interview with state regime media, which calls itself Fox this morning, acknowledging just how bad things are. Let's play this clip.
I hope all is well. It is.
When it comes to inflation.
Today is a good day.
3.8% highest since 2023.
How about you?
So for a 40% spike in terms of food prices, grocery prices, core inflation, those numbers are up. Mostly has to do with energy. It can't be the great surprise, but certainly not good news.
Not good news, and real families are feeling that, and we're keenly aware of it,
You
very
don't
sensitive
care?
to it here in Congress. We put together all the pro-growth policies in the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cuts, to allow the U.S. economy to take off like
Who
a
is the
rocket. And we
beautiful?
were doing that prior to the
Two.
conflict in Iran. So now we've got to settle that out. The Strait of Hormuz is the big one.
Then he was asked questions later during a press conference this morning about Donald Trump's ballroom. Should the final bill that y'all are talking about, this government funding bill, should it explicitly rule out $1 billion to Donald Trump's ballroom? Doesn't seem like the American people are into ballrooms right now. What say you, MAGA Mike Johnson? Here, play this clip.
Love that question. The Trump administration has repeatedly argued in court that the ballroom itself is part of the security apparatus. So should the final bill explicitly rule out funding for the ballroom itself? I mean, do you think that would smooth over some of what you say is this false narrative that's developing?
Look, again, I don't have the pen in the Senate. They're writing the bill. We'll see what we get. But I think the president has been abundantly clear. He is excited about.
Well, we're not excited.
With private funding, not taxpayer funding.
You're a liar.
But the Secret Service says that as we enhance the White House grounds and the modernization there, that obviously we have to think differently about security.
Your
We live in a very dangerous
donations
time,
need
and
to
there
be
are
to the
new and
people.
increasing threats that we have never faced before. And so Congress has a role in funding that, and we'll have to see how it all works out. Yes, sir.
Then you had other Trump sycophants this morning trying to distract from Donald Trump's horrible trip to China. Like you have MAGA Republican Congress member Andy Ogles. He says, "My little ones, my kitties, they have nightmares. They're afraid that their daddy is going to be taken away by big bad Biden." Like it's a direct quote here. Like play this, guys.
Biden.
Play this clip. Let's play it.
So they just came over to you and said, "Congressman, give me your phone."
Yes, ma'am. And so I turned it over. I spent the last 2 years working with the DOJ, clearing my name. It's taken 2 years. And quite frankly, the impact that has on your family, my little one still has nightmares, afraid that his dad's going to be taken away by big bad Biden and his Department of Justice. That should never happen again.
But what was the answer to coming over to you in the middle of your private family time and demanding your phone? Why did they do that?
Well, had an FEC violation, which is a civil issue, which we fixed, by the way.
So there was
turn it into a criminal case.
You see how they do that? Well, there was a problem, but we fixed it. Yeah, we did steal from y'all, but we fixed it. What? So why you even bring that up if you know that you was dirty, that you did something wrong that needed to be fixed? That should have never even have been a focal point. You did something illegal. You fixed it. That's like stealing and say, "Well, I gave it back." That's like scamming people. I didn't notice that she fluffed the numbers, but I'll pay it back. I mean, y'all kill me, y'all. Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. But you let something happen to the darkest shade of brown. Yeah. There's going to be no forgiveness. You broke the law. We had the right to come into your house and ask for your stuff because you was a thief. Crap.
Your phone?
Yes, ma'am. And so I turned it over. I spent the last 2 years working with the DOJ, clearing my name. It's taken 2 years. And quite frankly, the impact that has on your family, my little one still has nightmares, afraid that
tell your little one not to do nothing wrong or break the law or steal.
That should never happen again.
But what was the answer to coming over to you in the middle of your private family time and demanding your phone? Why did they do that?
Well, had an FEC violation, which is a civil issue, which we fixed, by the way, and they tried to turn it into a criminal case. But I had gone after Jack Smith. I had issued articles of impeachment against Kamala Harris, and this was 2 weeks later.
Also, while Donald Trump taking this trip to China, we got some more Horrible economic news here in the United States. Month over month, U.S. PPI, the Producer Price Index inflation, PPI inflation rose 1.5% in April, marking the biggest monthly jump in inflation since March of 2022. As the Kobayashi letter explains, all of that data is very clear. Consumers are about to face another wave of serious pressures on spending power. So April PPI inflation surged to 6%, well above the expectations of 4.9% and the highest level since January 2023. Core PPI inflation rose to 5.2%, above the expectations of 4.3%. Both CPI and PPI inflation are now officially at 3-year highs. Odds of a interest rate hike now continue to spike, continue to rise. Not rate cut decreases, interest rates increasing. Now, you may be saying, Ben, I'm a little confused. Didn't you give an inflation report yesterday where you said inflation rose to 3.8%? Yeah, that was the consumer price index. That was consumer inflation. So how we're all feeling the inflation. That was 3.8% year over year.
Can I get y'all to hit the like button for me?
Price index, basically how the manufacturers, how the producers are feeling, how they're experiencing inflation. That then gets passed on to consumers. So when the PPI starts to increase, the consumer price index often follows. That's why both of these indicators taken together are really bad. It should also be noted that all of the 48 Bloomberg economist forecasters, they all predicted that PPI was going to be significantly less than it came in at, which is not good at all. Another important data point, as Brett Bruin points out about this China trip, let me go back to that for a moment. There was not a single China expert with Donald Trump on Air Force One. As Brett Bruin explains, POTUS would normally have at least one National Security Council, one State Department official. The top people on Chinese affairs would be surrounding him, not Eric Trump, not just corporate CEOs who are interested in the bottom line for themselves. And it underlines how utterly unprepared Donald Trump is for his meeting with Xi Jinping, to which Donald Trump's communication director flipping out this morning and saying, "You have no idea what you're talking about, you slope-brained, mouth-breathing moron.
They
Stop
mad,
calling yourself an expert in anything aside from sucking. Anyone that hires you, not many, should get an immediate refund and payment for wasting their time." That's the official statement out of Trump's White House from the communications director.
What?
5'8".
Stop sucking it.
These are 32.
They mad, y'all. They mad that he was not there to greet him, and I'm sure he feeling, Lord, please don't let them.
And then finally, as Donald Trump takes this disastrous trip to China, we learned last week, of course, about Iran's trip to China. Iran Foreign Minister Araghchi getting a hero's welcome in China, much different than what we're seeing from Donald Trump so far. We're learning now as well, as Donald Trump lands in China, we're learning from New York Times, classified military intelligence assessments from early this month show that Iran has regained access to most of its missile sites, most of its missile launchers, and most of its underground facilities, including U.S. intelligence now assesses Iran has restored operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites it maintains along the Strait of Hormuz, and about 90% of Iran's underground missile sites are partially or fully operational. They pretty much have all of their drones, all of their FPV drones, all of their Shahid drones. Their ballistic missile capabilities are back and ready. And so, you've never had somebody, never had a U.S. president arriving this week so pathetic. And then Donald Trump posted again when he was on Air Force One. He goes, Many others will be joining my journey to the great country of China, while I will be asking Xi Jinping, a leader of extraordinary distinction, to open up China so that these brilliant people can work their magic and help bring the People's Republic to an even higher level. In fact, I promise that we can work together, which will be in a matter of hours. I will make that very first request. Doesn't it seem like he's showing up there begging Xi Jinping?
Oh yeah,
And
he
Xi Jinping's
begging.
like, we'll just show you. We'll roll out the school children for you, Donald. There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit
Oh my
subscribe. Let's get to 7
God.
million. Thanks for watching. You may think you're
Oh my God. He over there begging. Y'all, Trump is over there begging.
subscribed, but you might actually be subscribed. Hit
Oh my
subscribe.
God. Okay, so let me see this. Oh, special report.
And other officials. The U.S. war with Iran will be high on the agenda as well, but business is also on the docket at a time when many Americans are struggling with affordability. The president posted that he will ask Xi to, quote, open up China to U.S. companies. Weijia Jiang is in Beijing covering the president's visit. Weijia, good morning. Tell us what's on the agenda for this summit.
Good morning, Adriana. Good morning to everybody. We were watching as the Chinese were literally just rolling out the red carpet for President Trump.
Who is this? Who is this? So they rolling out the red carpet like he's special.
Of China, along with a Marine band and honor guard and several Chinese youth to really pump up the energy for the president before he has an official welcome ceremony tomorrow with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. Now, these two men have a lot to talk about when it comes to the trade deals and business deals that President Trump is hoping for. Of course, the backdrop of all this, as you mentioned, is the war in Iran, as China is the biggest purchaser of Iranian oil. So we expect that to come up, along with China's aggression toward Taiwan. But no real significant movement on those two fronts, Adriana, even though obviously they will be talking about it. But this trip is really to show that even though there is fierce competition between these two biggest economies in the world, there is also stability and a working relationship. So there will be a lot of business mixed in with ceremony and pleasure between these two leaders who last met in October. And by the way, this is the first time a U.S. sitting president will be visiting China in nearly a decade. Of course, that was also President Trump, the last to do that back in 2017. Adriana?
And so much has changed since 2017, since that last visit to Beijing. China has become more economically self-sufficient, more militarily aggressive. Weijia, I saw that you were out in Beijing speaking to local Chinese people about this summit. What did they tell you?
You know, what's really interesting is that many people on the street who we approached didn't even know that President Trump was coming here. And others sort of brushed it off as no big deal because, to your point, there is a
sufficient, more militarily.
Even the people on the street every day, like nothing special, no nothing. It's just drab. Inefficient. Useless.
Aggressive. Weijia, I saw that you were out in Beijing speaking to local Chinese people about this summit. What did they tell you?
You know, what's really interesting is that many people on the street who we approached didn't even know that President Trump was coming here. And others sort of brushed it off as no big deal because, to your point, there is a different understanding of the relationship between China and the U.S. now compared to even just a decade ago because of all the advancements in different areas. And so...
Okay, y'all have to hold on. Hold on. Let me go back. I had to take that call and thank you. Thank you. No one said anything. I didn't know.
The presidency is focused on a stable economic relationship with the United States as well. He has been quite focused on ensuring that the United States relaxes some of the U.S.'s export controls on key technologies to China, including certain chips, as well as components for semiconductors. He is also very focused on getting the U.S. administration to have some sort of public pivot on U.S. policy toward Taiwan, and perhaps signaling an openness to reunification between mainland China and Taiwan. So those are likely topping President Xi's agenda with President Trump, Adriana.
And Sam, what levers do both sides have to try to get the other to their goal?
President Xi is certainly aware of the economic crisis that is impacting this country. Certainly moments before President Trump took off for China yesterday, he was asked about the economic impact of the war in Iran on the United States, which he brushed off. The People's Republic of China was certainly paying attention to those comments, to inflation numbers and more. And so China will try to exert its economic leverage over the United States, its chokehold on critical minerals and rare earths that are so fundamental to so many parts of Americans' lives. And of course, China will try to position itself as a mediator vis-a-vis Iran because of its close economic relationship, as well as its export of certain technologies to the Iranian regime that are critical to the Iranian military complex.
Sam, are these technologies that are being used militarily by Iran against the U.S.?
China has been accused of exporting what are called dual-use technologies to the Iranian regime and, importantly, Adriana, to Russia for its war in Ukraine. Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent accused China of being the largest state sponsor of terrorism because of its support for the Iranian regime. And so we should expect there to be deep consternation within the U.S. national security complex about China's export of these dual-use technologies, drone parts, and more to not just the Iranian regime, but to the Russian government as well.
And let's bring Weijia Jiang back in from Beijing. Weijia, you know, obviously there are economic pressures right now on the U.S. given the price of oil, but China has also been struggling economically. How will that play into this? And what will it take, if anything, for China to use its power that it has, its influence over Iran, being the largest purchaser of Iranian oil, to try to end this war?
They don't want you to know about it.
Hey, they don't want us to know about nothing.
You might get a big cash payout.
Right, Adrian, I think both of these leaders understand that they need each other when it comes to their economies.
Paper route.
So intertwined.
Young, shout out to Paper Route.
For both presidents,
long live dog.
And Trump.
China has all the cards, and Trump. You absolutely right.
Open up the doors for each other.
You are absolutely right.
But of course,
we are in
it's a
trouble.
lot more complicated to do that. However, if it's any indication what President Trump is eyeing, just look at the entourage that he is bringing with him here to Beijing.
People to do the work for him and talk for him.
There are several CEOs from America expected to join him. In fact, aboard Air Force One, Elon Musk flew with him, along with the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang. Tim Cook of Apple is also expected to be here. It's quite a long list because the president wants to signal just how important it is
for his family and his crew.
U.S. relationship to
it don't have nothing to do with us.
As it relates
he is not there on our behalf.
Businesses. And so that is clearly what the president is eyeing. Xi Jinping is well aware of that. And we do expect some big deals to be announced by the end of this visit. More purchasing of American soybeans, perhaps Boeing jets, which is a huge priority for the president, and American beef. And you're right that the backdrop of all is so critical because China does hold a card here. They are the biggest purchaser of Iranian oil, which is helping Tehran stay economically afloat. But to Sam's point earlier, the president explicitly said before coming here that he doesn't think he needs any help when it comes to mediating an off-ramp with Iran. And so that conversation will be quite interesting, Adriana, if the president doesn't explicitly ask Xi to reduce the purchasing of oil.
Important context there from our Weijia Jiang on the ground in Beijing as we await the president for him to descend the steps there at the airport. Just to recap, President Trump has just landed in Beijing for a high-stakes summit with China.
Yeah,
Chinese President Xi Jinping.
He getting played, y'all. They say this is a whole setup. They still making deals.
CBS News 24/7. Tonight, Tony DeCoppel will anchor the CBS Evening News from Taiwan. Many of you will return now to CBS Mornings. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Adriana Diaz in New York.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center here in New York. President Trump, as you just saw there, touched down in Beijing ahead of his highly anticipated meeting with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, and we are standing by for President Trump to deplane and to witness the elaborate welcoming ceremony that has been organized there to welcome him. CBS News foreign correspondent Anna Karin is in Beijing watching all of this with us. Anna, we are waiting for the president to step down and be welcomed. Can you tell us anything about this welcoming ceremony and what else President Trump will be welcomed with?
It was low level.
We know that a Chinese delegation is there on the tarmac waiting to greet the president along with the band. I think we can see him now, Errol, stepping off Air Force One. No doubt he is being greeted to cheers and warmly welcomed too. This is a huge moment for President Trump. He has been
Why they lie? Let me move on. I can't deal with the lies.
The Iran war back in March, he had to postpone that trip, hoping that would be wrapped up by the time that he arrived in Beijing to have a meeting with President Xi. But it is.
Y'all lying. It's huge for him because he want to beg. And it's the sad part about it, he not even begging for the country. He begging for himself. Please, I'm in trouble. Can you help me out? But don't tell nobody. I needed your help. You said, hold on, you said you hope to Trump and the reality of the Iran war because it's going to bring a global recession. Absolutely 10 times worse than 2008. And it's all because Trump is listening to Bibi Netanyahu. Absolutely. And they devil worshippers. Don't leave that out. They be eating folk and graping them.
What we are watching right now between the United States and Iran is not just another foreign policy dispute, and it is not what we are watching right now between the United States and Iran is not just another foreign policy dispute, and it is not just another cable news cycle that comes and goes. This is the kind of moment that tests whether a nation still knows the difference between power and wisdom, between noise and strategy, between acting tough and actually keeping people safe. And let me tell you something. When American troops are exposed, when global shipping lanes are threatened, when oil markets shake from one side of the world to the other, and when the country edges deeper into war without a clear public debate, that is not a moment for chest thumping. That is a moment for discipline. That is a moment for serious. Who is steering this ship? And do they actually know where they are going? Because here's the reality. This conflict did not become dangerous overnight. It became dangerous.
No, he does not know where he's going.
Most major crises become dangerous.
Let me start over.
One decision at a time, between noise and strategy, between acting tough and actually keeping people safe. And let me tell you something. When American troops are exposed, when global shipping lanes are threatened, when oil markets shake from one side of the world to the other, and when the country edges deeper into war without a clear public debate, that is not a moment for chest thumping. That is a moment for discipline. That is a moment for seriousness. And that is a moment when every American, no matter their party, ought to stop and ask one basic question. Who is steering this ship? And do they actually know where they are going? Because here's the reality. This conflict did not become dangerous overnight. It became dangerous the way most major crises become dangerous. one decision at a time, one escalation
Oh yeah,
at
he
a
know,
time.
he
One
know he
public
in there,
boast at a time.
but no minor.
Until
Okay,
suddenly
so
the
hold
cost
on.
is no longer theory.
Bill Clinton knows that he is in the Epstein files, but no minor has said that he raped them. No minor. Now, I'm not saying that he hasn't, but none of them have said it in the Epstein files. I am absolutely waiting to hear a minor said Bill Clinton did this, that, and the other. Now, I've heard them say quite a bit about Dumpty set on the wall, some of his lawmaking friends. Even the Supreme Court of the United States is in there. But none of them have to come out and say anything negative about Bill Clinton. If he cheated on Hillary, that's their makeup. They must... No. They showed the pictures and all of this, that, and the other. But that's just cheating on his wife. And we already know he did that. And it was Bibi Netanyahu who tried to blackmail him about Monica Lewinsky. And he said, put it out. Now, if there was some minors in there, now come on now. We got to keep it all the way REAL, because I am absolutely for the victims. If Bibi Netanyahu, if all he had was a grown woman up under the desk in the president Oval Office, if that was his best, then there's no minors. Does that make sense to anybody? Because why would you not put out the minor if you was trying to blackmail him? So that's the reason why it's a no-go for me with Bill Clinton right now. Is he in there? Yes. With minors or boys? No. Letting the Dumpty Dump, let me see, suck on his pickle, eat his pickle juice. Yes, it's in there. Yeah. Damn, Bubba. What big pickle you have? Yeah. Yeah, he let the Humpty Dumpty play with his pickle, but no minors. Y'all don't make me cut up. I've been doing good. You know, that may be why they demonetized me. But I don't think so. But it was show every time I put them pictures up though of him unbuckling his they say, give me that. Auntie Fee, give me that. I ain't gonna strike you, but come on, give me that. Yeah. Him and him and Pam Bondi when she was young. Be like, Auntie Fee, give me that. I ain't gonna be able to let you do it. I ain't gonna strike you, but I'm sure finna take it. Yeah, I had a lot of that going on, but nothing about Bill Clinton in minors. So I can't put that on it. Let's go.
When American troops are exposed, when global shipping lanes are threatened, when oil markets shake from one side of the world to the other, and when the country edges deeper into war without a clear public debate, that is not a moment for chest thumping. That is a moment for discipline. That is a moment for seriousness. And that is a moment when every American, no matter their party, ought to stop and ask one basic question. Who is steering this ship? And do they actually know where they are going?
No.
Because here's the reality. This conflict did not become dangerous overnight.
And why is his sons going to China if they're
most major
not a part of the
become
cabinet?
Dangerous. One decision at a time. One escalation at a time. One public boast at a time. Until suddenly the coast is no longer
Then why were they there?
It is
Then why was who there, Bernard?
It is military. It is constitutional. And it is human. To understand where we are, you have to understand how we got here. What began as a military operation quickly became something much larger.
Are you responding to what
The
he
opening
said?
attacks were devastating. Iran
Y'all please
responded
hit the like
the way
button.
many analysts feared it would, by closing the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important waterways in the world. For viewers who may not follow global trade every day, that narrow passage carries a huge share of the world's oil. When it closes,
That's why
energy prices do
they
not
hated
stay in the
Obama,
Middle
because
East. They hit gas
they're
stations,
cheaters.
shipping costs, grocery
Cheaper.
prices, retirement accounts, and
Didn't
family
have
budgets across the
anything on.
globe.
Oh, no, they ain't had
So
nothing
this
on
was
it.
never
They
just
hate
about
him.
missiles and military
Hey,
targets.
Jackie.
It became a shockwave through the world economy. And once that happened, the pressure on
Let me
every
back it
leader
up. I was
involved
talking,
changed.
y'all. I'm sorry.
The
I'm gonna be
opening
quiet.
attacks were devastating. Iran responded in the way many analysts feared it would, by closing the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important waterways in the world. For viewers who may not follow global trade every day, that narrow passage carries a huge share of the world's oil. When it closes, energy prices do not stay in the Middle East. They hit gas stations, shipping costs, grocery prices, retirement accounts, and family budgets across the globe. So this was never just about missiles and military targets. It became a shockwave through the world economy. And once that happened, the pressure on every leader involved changed. War was no longer confined to a battlefield, it was sitting at kitchen tables. Then came the ceasefire. At least, that is what it was called. But this is where it gets serious. A ceasefire is supposed to mean you are stepping back from the edge. It is supposed to create space for diplomacy, for direct communication, for some pathway to a stable outcome. Instead, what we have seen is a series of proposals, counter-proposals, indirect messages, public threats, and scattered attacks that leave everyone asking the same question. If this is peace, why does it still look so much like war? And that matters.
Which paper
Because
route?
language
I don't
matters.
remember your
If
name,
leaders keep calling
but you
something
are definitely
under
informed.
control while missiles still fly and shipping remains at risk, then the public stops getting truth and starts getting theater. Now,
You are so
let's
very
talk
right.
about the diplomacy, because this is where the shape of leadership becomes clear. The United States and Iran are not even speaking directly. Messages are moving through Pakistani mediators. Think about that for a moment. Two countries locked in a crisis, this dangerous, do not have a direct channel strong enough to manage the risk on their own. Instead,
You are very
communication
informed.
is filtered through a third party, while public messaging continues in front of the cameras and on social media. That should concern people, because when nations are this close to the brink, the margin for error gets very small. A delayed message matters. A misunderstood signal matters. A boast made for domestic politics can land as a threat overseas. And when that happens in a fragile environment, miscalculation is no longer an abstract concern. It becomes the entire story. The central dispute is not hard to understand, even if the details are technical. The American side wants Iran to make major concessions on its nuclear program up front, especially on uranium enrichment. Iran, on the other hand, wants the war effectively ended first. Sanctions pressure eased, assets released, and security guarantees established before it enters the deepest phase of those nuclear discussions. Now, for people who hear terms like enrichment and immediately tune out, here is the simple version. Uranium enrichment is one of the key steps that can move a nuclear program closer to weapons capability. So yes, it is a serious issue. Nobody should pretend otherwise. But here's the problem. When one side says, give us the hardest thing first, and the other side says, stop hitting us first, you do not have a framework for peace. You have a standoff. And here's the reality. A standoff can last a long time, but it rarely stays stable. This is where leadership matters most. Not in speeches about strength, not in dramatic posts online, not in branding, in judgment. A president can be forceful without being reckless. A president can be firm without being erratic. A president can defend American interests without making diplomacy harder every time a microphone appears. But what the world has seen in this case is something else. At the very same moment, delicate negotiations are supposedly underway. The language coming from the White House has often sounded more like public taunting than disciplined statecraft. Threats are made in public. The other side is insulted. Operational ideas are discussed too openly. Allies are left to interpret mixed signals. And adversaries are given every reason to doubt that there is a coherent process behind the message. Let me tell you something. Real diplomacy is not weakness. It is not surrender. It is the hard work of getting from a dangerous present to a safer future without lying to your own people and without cornering the other side so badly that they would rather fight than compromise. That is not abstract theory. That is how peace is actually built. And yet, the way this conflict has been handled suggests something else is happening. It suggests that public performance is being treated as a substitute for strategic clarity. It suggests the image of toughness is being prioritized over the substance of settlement. And in the short term, that may energize supporters. But in the long term, it can trap a country inside its own rhetoric. Because once you tell the world that anything less than total surrender is unacceptable, you leave yourself with very few exits. You either escalate or you pretend you won something bigger than what you actually achieved. Neither is a solid foundation for peace. Now, there is another layer to this story, and it may be the most important one of all. This is not only a foreign policy crisis, it is a constitutional one. Under the war powers framework, presidents do not get to drift indefinitely into war without meaningful congressional involvement. That is not a technicality. That is democracy protecting itself from the oldest danger in politics. Concentrated power exercised without accountability. And this is where a lot of Americans should be paying much closer attention. If an administration can continue military action, maintain a blockade, tolerate exchanges of fire, and still argue that the conflict does not legally count in the way the law intended, then we are not just debating strategy anymore. We are debating whether the guardrails still matter. Because war is the gravest choice a government can make. It puts lives at risk. It changes economies. It reshapes alliances. It can define a generation. If the American people, through their elected representatives, are pushed to the sidelines in a moment like that, then something deeper is being weakened than just procedure. Trust is being weakened. And once trust goes, everything else becomes harder.
Absolutely.
Harder to unite the country. Harder to sustain sacrifice. Harder to explain why sons and daughters are in danger. Harder to persuade allies that America is acting with legitimacy and purpose. Now widen the lens a little more and you can see why the rest of the world is so uneasy. Britain is moving naval
So
assets.
you saying China said that? I know that Iran said that. You talk Bernard, you talking about Iran, or is China saying that too? Yeah, that's why. Well, this tried to sanction China. China laughed at them. Laughed at them. Thanks for your acknowledgement. You're welcome. Cause China built the rail. Oh yeah, they laughed at them. They done made deals and everything. They running circles around him, and he's sitting up there looking at his hand, trying to be rude and disrespectful. You know, trying to renege on everything that he said coming in.
France is repositioning forces. Gulf states are watching the sky. Harder to sustain sacrifice. Harder to explain why sons and daughters are in danger. Harder to persuade allies that America is acting with legitimacy and purpose. Now widen the lens a little more and you can see why the rest of the world is so uneasy. Britain is moving naval assets. France is repositioning forces. Gulf states are watching the skies, their coastlines, their ports, their internal networks. Commercial shipping companies are already adjusting routes based on risk, which means the economic consequences of this conflict may outlast the conflict itself. Investors respond to uncertainty. Governments respond to uncertainty. Markets respond to uncertainty. And once those systems begin adjusting to American unpredictability, some of those changes do not reverse quickly. This is one of the least understood costs of unstable leadership. Even when bullets are not flying every day, countries start making long-term choices around the assumption that Washington may not have a steady hand. They hedge, they diversify, they make room for a world in which American judgment is less dependable. That is not a talking point. That is how influence erodes. And here is where the danger becomes most clear. Both sides are escalating while claiming they want peace. That is the kind of environment where accidents become crises. A drone crosses the wrong line. A naval commander misreads intent. A tanker is struck. A proxy group acts on its own timetable. A retaliatory move comes before diplomats can contain the damage. And suddenly what was supposed to be a tense but manageable standoff becomes a much wider war. History is full of leaders who did not intend the full disaster that followed. They simply created the conditions.
Several countries
so where
have
does this go
nukes.
from here?
They just
There's
want.
a path, however narrow,
They just want
toward
their
a negotiated
material.
framework. It would likely involve phased concessions.
China got them.
Language designed to let both
don't care
sides
nothing about
claim
that.
some measure of dignity, and a willingness to separate the immediate issue of stopping the war from the longer and harder issue of a lasting nuclear settlement. That path is imperfect. It is frustrating. It does not fit neatly on a bumper sticker, but it is still the best available road if the goal is durable stability rather than temporary political applause. There is also the path of renewed escalation. Talks collapse, preconditions harden, strikes resume. Iran retaliates more aggressively. Regional allies are dragged deeper in. Oil prices surge further. Congress reacts late. The public learns once again that war expands much faster than anyone promised it would. And then there is the third path, which may be the most likely in the near term, a frozen conflict. Not peace, not all-out war, just a long draining in-between state where clashes continue, commerce suffers, diplomacy shrinks, and everyone learns to live inside permanent instability. That kind of outcome can look manageable from Washington for a while. But for the people living under it, for the families paying for it, for the troops deployed into it, and for the world economy adjusting around it, the damage is real. This is why rhetoric matters less than judgment. This is why process matters more than posture. This is why strong leadership is not measured by how loudly a president speaks, but by whether he can keep a dangerous situation from becoming an irreversible one. A serious leader understands that war is easier to begin than to end. A serious leader understands that allies need reassurance, not confusion. A serious leader understands that Congress is not an inconvenience to be dodged, but a constitutional partner in decisions of war and peace. A serious leader understands that diplomacy is not about flattering your adversary. It is about protecting your country from the consequences of your own impatience. And let me say this clearly. None of that requires anyone to be naive about Iran. Iran is a difficult adversary. Its military posture is dangerous. Its regional behavior has frightened many of its neighbors for years. Its nuclear ambitions are a legitimate international concern. All of that is true. But mature leadership means you can recognize a threat without surrendering your own standards in response to it. You can be vigilant without becoming impulsive. You can project strength without turning every crisis into a test of ego. That is the standard. And right now, too much of what we are seeing falls short of it. So the American people have a responsibility here too, to ask harder questions, to demand that war be debated honestly, to insist that diplomacy be conducted with discipline, to reject the idea that public spectacle is the same thing as strategic success, and to remember that a republic is strongest not when power is unchecked, but when power is accountable. Because in the end, the measure of a nation is not whether it can strike. Many nations can strike. The measure is whether it can lead, whether it can build coalitions, whether it can preserve law under pressure, whether it can pursue peace without illusions, and defend itself without losing its soul. That is the real test in moments like this. And the story is not over. The next message, the next strike, the next diplomatic opening, the next political calculation, any one of them could shift the trajectory toward resolution, toward deeper conflict, or toward that slow and dangerous middle ground where instability becomes normal. So we should watch carefully. We should think clearly. And we should refuse to let the biggest decisions a nation can make be reduced to performance, impulse, or partisan applause. Because when history looks back on moments like this, it does not ask who sounded toughest for a day. It asks who had the wisdom to pull the world back from the edge.
Hey y'all. Oh, where we going? Where are we going? We're gonna go here.
What if I told you that somewhere beneath the mountains of Western China, inside a room that does not officially exist, a conversation may have taken place that could change the balance of power for the next 50 years? And if that conversation happened the way many strategic planners fear it happened, then what America is facing today is not a regional crisis, not an oil crisis, not even a military crisis, but the beginning of something far bigger, the quiet birth of a new strategic order. Because sometimes history does not announce itself with explosions, sometimes it begins with a handshake nobody sees, a file nobody leaks, a flight nobody tracks, and one decision that changes everything. And if you understand what may be happening between China and Iran right now, then you may understand why some people in Washington are suddenly speaking less, not more. Because the most dangerous weapon in the world is not always the one that flies. Sometimes it is the one that makes your enemy realize he can no longer move. And today I want you to think carefully, because what we are about to discuss is not prophecy. It is not fantasy. It is strategy, structure, incentives, and the patterns that repeat whenever empires begin to feel pressure from directions they never expected. For the past several decades, the global system has operated on one central assumption, that no matter how chaotic the world becomes, no matter what crises emerge, no matter who rises or falls, the United States remains the final military backstop. That assumption created the modern financial order. It shaped oil markets. It shaped shipping routes. It shaped alliances. It shaped wars, and most importantly, it shaped fear. Because nations do not only obey power, they obey the belief that power cannot be challenged. But what happens when that belief begins to crack? Not in public, not on television, but inside military planning rooms, inside intelligence assessments, inside central banks, inside ministries of defense. That is where real history begins. And that is why what may be happening right now between China and Iran matters far more than most people understand. Because on the surface, the story looks simple. Iran faces sanctions. Iran faces pressure. Iran faces threats. Iran faces economic isolation. And for years, many believed that eventually pressure alone would force Iran to compromise. But that assumption depends on one thing: isolation. And what if Iran is no longer isolated? What if the world's largest industrial power has quietly decided that Iran is no longer a liability, but an asset? Now, before we go further, I want you to ask yourself one simple question. Why would China care? Why would a country whose economy depends on global trade, manufacturing, exports, shipping, technology, why would it risk deeper strategic cooperation with one of the most sanctioned nations on earth? The answer is simple. Because from Beijing's perspective, Iran is not just a country. Iran is geography. Iran is leverage. Iran is energy. Iran is access. Iran is choke point control. And in strategic history, geography always matters more than headlines. Look at the map. Really look at it. Iran sits near one of the most critical energy corridors on Earth, a corridor through which a massive percentage of global oil moves. A corridor that influences fuel prices, inflation, shipping insurance, commodity markets, national budgets, and political elections thousands of miles away. Whoever influences that corridor influences far more than ships. They influence time, they influence panic, they influence markets, they influence governments. And China understands that better than almost anyone.
Because China's rise was never built only on factories. It was built on supply chains. And supply chains are only as strong as the routes that feed them. Now imagine you are a Chinese strategist. You look west. You see naval pressure. You see alliances forming. You see export controls. You see semiconductor restrictions. You see financial containment. You see military encirclement. And then you ask yourself one question. If pressure increases, where do we create leverage? Not someday. Now, and that is where Iran enters the picture. Because in game theory, when one player feels containment, he does not attack the strongest point. He creates pressure somewhere the opponent cannot easily defend. That is how weaker players survive. That is how rising powers break old systems. And that is how empires get surprised. Now let us talk about the weapon. Not the weapon television talks about. Not fighter jets. Not bombers. Not drones. Not missiles. Those are visible. Visible weapons create headlines. Invisible weapons create panic. The weapon I am talking about is strategic integration. And if China has quietly offered Iran deeper integration into its long-term security architecture, then what Washington may be facing is not an arms transfer, but something much harder to stop. Because missiles can be intercepted, ships can be tracked, aircraft can be detected. But integrated systems, integrated logistics, integrated intelligence, integrated satellite coverage, integrated supply chains, integrated payment systems, those are much harder to bomb. And if such integration is happening, then every military planner in the region must recalculate everything. Because suddenly Iran is not operating alone. Suddenly sanctions become weaker. Suddenly embargoes become weaker. Suddenly economic pressure becomes weaker. Suddenly timelines change. And when timelines change, wars change. Now let me explain something most people never think about. Wars are not usually won by superior weapons. Wars are won by superior endurance. Who can stay in the game longer? Who can replace losses faster? Who can sustain pressure longer? Who can adapt faster? Who can absorb pain better? That is what decides outcomes. And this is where China becomes dangerous. Because China may not need to fire a single shot. China may not need to deploy a single soldier. China may not need to send a single bomber. All China may need to do is ensure Iran never runs out of options. Think about that. If a sanctioned country suddenly gains access to industrial components, manufacturing alternatives, secure trade corridors, financial workarounds, surveillance capabilities, cyber infrastructure, satellite coordination, then what exactly are sanctions accomplishing? And if sanctions stop working, then what happens to deterrence? And if deterrence weakens, then what happens to credibility? And if credibility weakens, then what happens to empire? This is how decline begins, not with defeat, with doubt. Because once allies begin doubting, they begin hedging. And once they begin hedging, they begin preparing for a future where the old guarantees may no longer be enough. And that is when the board changes. Now imagine you are sitting in Washington. You receive intelligence. You see unusual cargo routes. You see unexplained industrial cooperation. You see energy contracts. You see banking arrangements. You see satellite coordination. You see secure communications networks. You see joint planning patterns. Nothing individually proves anything. But together, it forms a picture. And that picture says one thing. The game may be changing quietly, slowly, but permanently. And that is often the most dangerous kind of change. Because public crises can be managed. Silent structural shifts, those are much harder to stop. History gives us examples. When one system begins losing monopoly control, the early signs are always ignored. Markets dismiss them. Politicians dismiss them. Media dismisses them. Experts debate them. And then suddenly everyone acts shocked when the structure finally moves. But the structure always moved long before headlines noticed. And what may be happening between China and Iran right now could be one of those moments. Because if Beijing has truly decided that keeping Iran strategically alive serves China's long-term interests, then this is no longer about one country surviving. This becomes about one system challenging another. And when systems begin competing, every alliance becomes fluid. Every currency becomes political. Every shipping lane becomes strategic. Every military base becomes vulnerable. Every assumption becomes temporary. And the most dangerous part is that most people only notice the shift after it is already too late. So the real question is not whether China sent Iran a missile or a drone or a radar system. The real question is much bigger. Did China just offer Iran something far more valuable? Something that cannot be photographed, something that cannot be intercepted, something that, once accepted, changes the game forever? And if that answer is yes, then what happens next may force every capital on earth to make a choice they never thought they would have to make. Because every empire eventually reaches the same moment. The moment when it discovers that the tools that built its dominance are no longer producing the same results. The moment when pressure creates resistance instead of compliance. When sanctions create innovation instead of surrender. When military presence creates balancing coalitions instead of fear. And when every move designed to preserve control begins accelerating the very changes it was meant to prevent. And if you study strategic history carefully, you will notice something fascinating. Empires rarely collapse because they suddenly become weak. They collapse because other players quietly become connected. That is the word I want you to remember today, connected. Because isolated states can be pressured, connected states become ecosystems. And ecosystems are much harder to destroy. Now imagine for a moment that you are not looking at Iran as a country, but as a node in a larger strategic network, energy to the west, manufacturing to the east, logistics to the north, financial alternatives in the south, cyber cooperation across borders, resource corridors.
I need for y'all to double tap the face of your phone. It's free. Just double tap, just like that. And if you're on a device other than your phone, then even your phone, hit those 3 dots at the top right corner and get the likes up for me. I'm 1 hour and 31 minutes in, and I need you to get the likes up. The quicker we get the likes up, the quicker I will crank it back up. This is stuff we need to know. So Trump say they destroyed the Iran Navy. Oh, he lies. Oh my God. Oh my God. Trump don't do nothing but lie. Instead of JT, it should be DLT. Y'all come on, double tap. Lucas X. Makes sense to me. Are y'all hitting the like button? Oh, we have a birthday. Happy belated birthday to Monty. Happy belated birthday to Monty. Happy belated birthday, dear Monty. Happy belated birthday. Y'all get the likes up. Come on. I don't care how many people are here. I just need for y'all to hit the like button so it can hit the algorithm so people can hear the truth instead of a whole bunch of lies. I'm going to back it back up, but I'm going to need for y'all to double tap the face of your phone or hit those 3 dots at the top, or you can send a cash app. $AUNCEAFEE, whichever floats your boat. Let's get the likes up though. Again, I don't care how many people is in here. At the end, you know, it all yeah. Hit the like button, y'all.
Across continents, satellite coordination above everything. Now ask yourself a very uncritic history carefully, you will notice something fascinating. Empires rarely collapse because they suddenly become weak. They collapse because other players quietly become connected. That is the word I want you to remember today. Connected. Because isolated states can be pressured, connected states become ecosystems. And ecosystems are much harder to destroy. Now imagine for a moment that you are not looking at Iran as a country, but as a node in a larger strategic network, energy to the west, manufacturing to the east, logistics to the north, financial alternatives in the south, cyber cooperation across borders, resource corridors across continents, satellite coordination above everything. Now ask yourself a very uncomfortable question. If one node is attacked, does the system weaken or does the network respond? That question may be keeping some planners awake right now, because for decades the strategic assumption was simple. If Iran escalates, isolate it. If Iran resists, sanction it. If Iran threatens, pressure it. If Iran survives, tighten the system. And for a while, that strategy appeared to work. Inflation, currency pressure, trade limitations, technology restrictions, energy pressure, diplomatic containment, everything pointed toward gradual exhaustion. But what if exhaustion never came? What if instead of collapsing, Iran adapted? What if every sanction became a lesson? Every restriction became an innovation. Every blocked channel created a new route. Every frozen account created a new payment system. Every denied shipment created a new industrial partnership. That changes everything. Because in game theory, a player becomes extremely dangerous when he stops optimizing for growth and starts optimizing for survival. Why? Because survival players tolerate pain. Growth players usually do not, and that is where the strategic equation begins changing. Now add China to that equation. Not emotionally, not politically, structurally. China has factories, China has scale, China has shipping, China has rare earth dominance. China has infrastructure, China has digital payment systems. China has long-term planning horizons that many democracies struggle to match. But perhaps most importantly, China has patience, and patience in strategic competition is often more valuable than aggression. Because aggressive players create headlines. Patient players reshape systems, quietly, methodically, relentlessly, and if Beijing believes the global order is entering a period of fragmentation, then preserving strategic partners becomes more important than pleasing existing structures. That means countries once viewed as liabilities can suddenly become anchors. And Iran may be one of those anchors. Now think carefully. Why would China invest in vulnerable corridors? Why would it build ports? Why would it sign long-term energy arrangements? Why would it deepen industrial cooperation? Why would it expand infrastructure partnerships? Why would it build financial alternatives? Why would it reduce exposure to legacy systems? Because China is not planning for the next quarter, China is planning for the next generation. And if that is true, then Iran is not a temporary issue. Iran becomes a permanent strategic calculation. And this is where Washington may be facing a very uncomfortable reality, because military superiority works best when economic systems remain aligned. But what happens when economic systems begin splitting? What happens when energy contracts no longer flow through the same currencies? What happens when insurance markets begin adapting? What happens when commodity settlements begin diversifying? What happens when digital payment rails bypass traditional choke points? What happens when supply chains reroute? What happens when partners quietly hedge? What happens when allies stop asking, can America protect us? And start asking, can America still control outcomes? That is a completely different question. And once that question enters strategic planning rooms, everything changes. Because credibility is the invisible currency of empire. And once credibility begins fragmenting, even strong militaries feel weaker. Now let me tell you something history teaches with brutal consistency. The most dangerous period for any dominant power is not when it is strongest. It is when it is still powerful, but no longer unquestioned. That is the danger zone. That is where overreaction happens. That is where miscalculation happens. That is where smaller crises become structural shocks. Athens faced it. Rome faced it. Imperial Britain faced it. Every major system eventually faces the same test. Can it adapt faster than the world around it changes? And if not, then pressure begins accumulating in places nobody expects. Shipping lanes, commodity markets, regional alliances, technology standards, banking systems, industrial dependencies. And suddenly the battlefield is no longer military. It becomes systemic. And systemic wars are far more difficult to win because there is no single target, no single city, no single missile site, no single leader, no single headquarters, just networks, adaptive networks, resilient networks, distributed networks. And that may be exactly what makes this moment so important. Because if China has offered Iran not a weapon, but access to a network, then every traditional pressure model becomes weaker. And if every pressure model becomes weaker, then escalation becomes more expensive. And when escalation becomes expensive, deterrence becomes uncertain. And when deterrence becomes uncertain, markets panic. Alliances hedge, insurance spikes, shipping costs rise, currencies react, political systems feel pressure, and voters start asking questions. Questions governments cannot always answer. Why are fuel prices rising? Why are supply chains unstable? Why are markets nervous? Why are military budgets expanding? Why are alliances shifting? Why are once isolated countries suddenly surviving? Those questions matter because domestic pressure shapes foreign policy far more than most people realize. No democracy is immune to economic pain. No administration is immune to voter anxiety. No alliance is immune to uncertainty. And uncertainty is exactly what strategic competitors exploit. Now imagine a scenario, not tomorrow, not next week, but over the next 2 years, energy contracts deepen, industrial exchanges expand, financial alternatives mature, satellite coordination improves, logistics corridors stabilize, cyber resilience grows, regional partners adapt, and suddenly a country once viewed as economically cornered looks increasingly sustainable. What message does that send? Not just to Iran's partners, but to every country watching. The message is simple. Resistance may be survivable. And that message may be more powerful than any missile ever built, because once other states begin believing they too can survive outside old systems, the old systems begin losing monopoly power. Not instantly, not dramatically, but gradually, relentlessly, and once that process begins, it is very difficult to reverse. This is why some of the most important geopolitical shifts never begin with war. They begin with contracts, pipelines, ports, fiber optic cables, payment agreements, satellite links, technology transfers, industrial zones, academic exchanges, training programs, infrastructure corridors. These things do not trend on social media, but they outlive headlines. And if you want to understand the future, you must look where attention is lowest, because that is often where power is moving. And perhaps that is what makes this moment so dangerous. Because if China truly offered Iran a path not merely to survive, but to integrate, then what Washington may be facing is not one crisis, but the early architecture of a parallel order, a system where pressure creates alternatives, where isolation creates innovation, where sanctions create networks, where threats create alliances. And if that architecture succeeds, then the next decade may look very different from the last. Because history does not ask permission before changing. It simply moves, quietly at first, then all at once. And when people finally realize the board has changed, the smartest players are usually already 3 moves ahead. So the real question is not whether China offered Iran a weapon. The real question is, did China just help Iran become something far more dangerous? A country that no longer needs permission to endure? And if that is true, then what comes next may not just reshape one region, it may reshape the logic of global power itself.
Okay, hold on. I don't want them just yet. Hold on. I'm listening to some in my ear. I need for y'all to get the likes up. What time is it? Work to do. It's 5 o'clock. Hold on. I want to hear what he got to say about
over year and even in fact month over month.
Jim Jordan.
After one of the most grim economic reports in recent history, showing that inflation is surging at 3.8%, and on some of the key inflation metrics, like when it comes to groceries and energy, the inflation surging in the teens year over year and even in fact month over month. You know, how are MAGA Republicans dealing with this? How are they addressing the harsh reality that Americans are facing? Well, their plan, on the one hand, is just to ignore it and claim that everything is great. Or on the other hand, as Donald Trump said, I don't even care how the American people, not one bit, I don't care how they're feeling. A direct quote from Donald Trump before leaving to China with his oligarchy crew hanging out with him. So here's, for example, what MAGA Republican Congress member Stutzman said. He goes, we're thriving right now. What are you talking about? People have never been better in Indiana than they are right now.
Are you sure?
Seriously? Your place.
FYI, the vice president of China met the president today.
I can't afford.
Yeah, it was low level.
And the food. I've got kids to feed. I've got bills to pay. And frankly,
was nobody there? That man wasn't there. He sent somebody else, the vice president of China.
We have a strong, steady economy. We're actually seeing tremendous growth.
He wasn't there. He ghosted.
A lot of that's due to manufacturing, from the work that
don't come over here lying. I done already ran it, Cap for life. Don't come over here lying. I've already ran it. What are you talking about? Hit my like button and shut up lying. We don't lie over here. Let me find it. Was that man right there in the corner there? No, that's who he's going to meet. So shut up lying. Supreme Court ain't done nothing. What are you talking about? Did you hit the like button? Y'all say by the cap for lying, cap for lying. I don't care. Cap for lying. Stop lying. Don't come over here lying, and then you're gonna talk about Supreme Court pissed me off. You came over there with that. You thought wrong, and now you're gone. You thought wrong, and now you gone. Don't come over here lying. Well, we know who you represent, the Liars Club. Shut up.
Board, the gas and the food. I've got kids to feed. I've got bills to pay. And frankly, they're worried.
No, you know what? I mean, in Northeast Indiana, we're very fortunate. We have a strong, steady economy. We're actually seeing tremendous growth, and a lot of that's due to manufacturing. From the work that President Trump has done, whether it's related to tariffs or trade policy, it does create challenges. I think it's a lot of us. We all look at the prices at the gas station, and that affects our pocketbook immediately. But most of my constituents say, and we just had our primary last week, and I won with 67% of the vote, saying finish the job.
Then you have Doug Burgum, Interior Secretary. Here's what he had to say. Let's play it.
Fact that the U.S. right now is the most energy secure, most energy affordable nation in the world, and President Trump playing a geopolitical game, which includes Venezuela stopping China from buying cheap Venezuelan Iranian oil, the work that he's doing to build a coalition around the world, whether it's opening the strait or on critical minerals. Heading into the summit this week, President Trump's in the strongest position of any U.S. leader ever going into a discussion with China.
Whether it's opening up the strait, it was open before the catastrophic war in Iran, and now it's closed. You're bragging about that? Rare earths. China controls the rare earths. So when Donald Trump tried to tariff China 140%, China cut off the rare earths, and then Donald Trump removed the tariffs. Seriously? Or you have what Jim Jordan is saying, and Jim Jordan says, thank goodness we don't have Kamala. Could you imagine how bad it would be now? Thank God we have Trump. Are we watching what's happening right now? Here, play this clip.
Trump makes decisions that are in the best interest of our country. He's going to do things that benefit the United States of America, and that is his focus. And thank goodness we have him on the world stage. Thank goodness he's our president doing these negotiations. And frankly, not Kamala Harris, because Lord knows what she'd be up to if she was there. So,
well, what's Donald Trump up to? Here's what he said. Let's play this clip.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
And we're joined by Governor Andy Beshear. Governor, so I just showed you, what Trump was saying, what these MAGA Republicans saying. What's your reaction to all of that, Governor?
My reaction is the president finally said something that was true. He said he does not care about the financial situation of the American people. And you know what? The way he governs shows it. The Trump economy is a failure.
Why you hide paper
route? The
route?
failure that rivals the Trump economy is the Trump.
Why you hide paper route? What paper route say? What did paper, hold on. Why did you hide paper route, Janet? He was in Israeli bot. He's talking about that guy that I deleted. He's talking about Cap for Life. He was talking about Cap for Life.
Policy. You look at
he didn't say he was a bot. When I said, everybody say buy the Cap for Life, Cap for Line. Y'all, hold on. Let me go unblock him. Unhide him. He was talking about the guy I was talking about. I like his intellect. I like his views. Y'all hold on, let me unblock him. Oh, okay. Let me. It didn't give me that option. Okay, I must have done it. Paper route. Young Chloe, you still here? I need to make sure that you've been unblocked before I go on. Paper route, you still here? I hope so. Let's go on. Hey, Kane Live. How you doing? Y'all ready to get back to it? I should have double. Oh, no. Kane Live came in here and the jazz started playing. What's really going on? Hold on. I don't know what that's about. How you pop on? Let's get back to it. That's not the one I was on, but let's go. Dang, where was I? Was it here?
Americans have paid 90% of them. It's been a tax by the president.
Was I with him? Lord. It looked like I was
talking. That has made everything cost more.
Okay, hold on.
All of that, Governor.
My reaction is the president finally said something that was true. He said he does not care about the financial situation of the American people. And you know what? The way he governs shows it. The Trump economy is a failure. The only failure that rivals the Trump economy is the Trump foreign policy. You look at the imposition of tariffs. Americans have paid 90% of them. It's been a tax by the president that has made everything cost more. His war with Iran, which he and he alone chose to go into, has skyrocketed the price of not just gasoline, but diesel, making everything more expensive. Every good we ship across the country now costs more. Going to see your family, if you got to take a plane trip, costs a lot more. He won't help to reduce the price of housing through so many different levers he could pull. Why? Because he says we're not working hard enough. And now he's telling us that our kids have too many toys. But hey, at least he said something true. He doesn't care about the American people.
Why is his sons and Elon in China, they not a part of the cabinet?
Part of why we see inflation surging, in a state like Kentucky. It's not just that we should be focusing on the gas price. We got to also be focusing on the diesel. And also, I think too much attention is paid to the futures market. And I think a lot of Americans know more about the futures market than they care to actually know about before. We all have to become experts in WTI and Brent, but the futures market is not the spot price because currently the actual purchase is significantly higher than what the futures are even saying, which is often manipulated by Trump. But right, and the diesel price is through the roof, which means all the other input costs get more expensive, diesel being one of them. And then that hurts, people there. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. Gas prices have skyrocketed, but diesel is even more expensive in Kentucky. It is more than $2 more expensive than it was a year ago. That's the $2 Trump tax on every single gallon of diesel. And you think that that's what our farm machinery runs on? That's what so many of our trucks run on. It's part of what powers the economy. And it was all foreseeable. We've read reports that Donald Trump's own advisors, which I don't think are all that experienced, but even they were experienced enough to say Iran could close the Strait of Hormuz. They could disrupt the flow of oil around the country. It could cause skyrocketing prices for Americans, and Donald Trump just dismissed it because he thinks his gut is so incredible that he doesn't have to listen to anyone else. He didn't even spend the time to learn how Iran is different than Venezuela and thought somehow the same thing would happen. This is what happens when you have a president who is not fit for office, doesn't take foreign policy seriously, and as he says, doesn't care about the financial situation of Americans.
You know, with so much of the ridiculous things that he says, it's easy sometimes to just dismiss it as crazy or go, look what he's doing today. I mean, when he talks about the golden ballrooms or turning the reflecting pool into an actual pool and using his pool guide to paint it, you know, some weird kind of bright blue color, or when he talks about the arches or the golf courses or Club Rose Garden or, you know, all of this stuff. But, you know, it kind of, with all of that, it's also like rubbing it in the face, people in Kentucky and people across the country, that like you really, as you say, don't care one bit. And then to see these Republicans rally around ballroom, $1 billion in East Wing modernization. They're talking about reflecting pools. It's crazy that we've even got, like, as you actually look at it, it's crazy that we've even gotten here.
Amen. When the average American is struggling to pay their mortgage, to stay in their house, he's spending $1 billion on a ballroom that nobody asked for and nobody needs. He's spending more than $1 billion a day in a war with Iran that he never explained to the American people, nor has he gone to Congress to get the appropriate approvals. He refuses to spend federal dollars in ways that help Americans. He's cut SNAP. He's cutting Medicaid. He's going to decimate rural health care. He refused to extend the tax credits on the ACA so people could afford health care. But man, will he spend money on himself or his projects or his war. It is rubbing it in the face of Americans. He's saying he's better than us. And guess what? He is absolutely not.
I have a question for you. I mean, as a governor of national notoriety, you know, what do you think it is about, though, Trump, where, like last night, he posted right around 1 a.m. in the morning, 50, 60 posts, you know, some of the most heinous things. Arrest Obama for treason. He posted QAnon stuff, you know, which is an actual death cult. You know, he posted weird memes about very serious issues like the war. Bada bing, boom, bang, you know. And look, Governor, you know just as well as I do, if you made one of those posts, just one.
Hold on.
And it feels very warm seeing you again because it's been many years. Since your re-election, we have spoken on the phone 3 times, exchanged several letters, and stayed in close contact. And our joint guidance, China's relations have remained stable on the whole. Given our different national conditions, we do not always see eye to eye with each other. And
I'm sorry. Let's go.
It is normal for the 2 leading economies of the world to have frictions now and then. And in the face of winds, waves, and challenges, you and I, at the helm of China-US relations, should stay the right course and ensure the steady sailing forward of the giant ship of China-US relations. I always believe that China's development goes hand in hand with your vision to make America great again. Our 2 countries are fully able to help each other succeed and prosper together. Over the years, I have stated in public many times that China and the United States should be partners and friends. This is what history has taught us and what reality demands. A few days ago, in the latest round of consultation, our 2 economic and trade teams reached basic consensus on addressing our respective major concerns and made encouraging progress. This provided the necessary conditions for our meeting today. Mr. President, I am ready to continue working with you to build a solid foundation for China-US relations and create a sound atmosphere for the development of both countries. Mr. President, you care a lot about world peace, and you are very enthusiastic about settling various regional hotspot issues. I appreciate your great contribution to the recent conclusion of the Gaza ceasefire agreement. During your visit to Malaysia, you witnessed the signing of the Joint Declaration on Peace along the Cambodia-Thailand border, to which you had provided input. China has been helping in our own way Cambodia and Thailand properly settle their border disputes, and we have also been promoting peace talks to resolve other hotspot issues. The world today is confronted with tough problems. China and the US can jointly shoulder our responsibility as major countries and work together to accomplish more.
Monty, where you heard that at?
Great and concrete.
Because I had saw earlier they said that Rubio was banned.
Views with you on questions important for our two countries and the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to have you all. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine, really for a long time now.
Oh, wow.
My name is Shayna, and I'm the CEO of Baskin Lather Co.
Where you hear that at, Monty?
Practitioner. Baskin Lather Co. is a natural hair growth brand.
Already agreed to a lot of things, and we'll agree to some more right now. But President Xi is a great leader, a great country, and I think we're going to have a fantastic relationship for a long period of time. And it's an honor to have you with us. Thank you very much.
You with them.
Thank you.
You a guest.
President Trump, it is a great pleasure for me as well to meet you. And it feels very warm seeing you again because it's been many years.
Hold on, it sounds like they're repeating the same
Since your
over.
re-election, we have spoken on the phone 3 times.
So this not lie. Hold on.
Exchanged several letters and
economic relations.
Monty, you playing with me?
Share with you my following thoughts in this regard. First,
Oh, Lord.
the Chinese
Okay,
economy
hold on.
enjoys bright prospects. The Chinese economy is now
Hold on. Let me look for it. Let me put it here.
Because I pay attention to what the other side has to say, and I look at
Let me see if I can find it.
Of reports. See, you can never take anybody at face value, and I mean anybody in any of these major conflicts like this. But you have to listen to what they say. It's crucial to listen to what they say, and then you match that up with what you can validate on the ground. And so many times, some of the things that Iran has said have absolutely lined up on the ground, and sometimes what they said hasn't. And then other times, even the U.S., sometimes they actually tell the truth, but so you can't just dismiss everything, but you have to be very discerning. Well, there had been many reports over years that Iran, for decades, has been building these underground missile cities, and they have been providing video of it. It's not like it's a secret or you have to take anybody's word for it. They literally have panoramic shots underneath there of the video of the just cavernous miles and miles of these underground facilities. And you're talking everything from jet fighters to boats to, of course, to the missile launchers. The launch sites themselves are from inside the mountain in many cases. It is absolutely incredible, and Iran has been pointing this out. Anyone should have been able to understand that. It was definitely well known, and I've talked to some of the people on our intelligence communities that had access to this prior to the war and validated that it was told to the president that this is not going to work. And you talk about some of these underground cities, and now 30 and 33 by that report has been in, but there are also about 20 or 30 others scattered throughout the country, many of which haven't even been used yet. And to show how important, how tough they are, this report that literally just came out earlier today, I guess. It says that one of the Iran's underground facilities near Isfahan has been reportedly struck 20 times during the war, an average of once every 2 days during the first 40 days, using bunker-busting munitions and precision strikes from B-2s. And according to the information, they're said to have had the site resumed operations within hours each time. So when you know that Iran has buried their capabilities because they have foreseen that they cannot go toe-to-toe with the U.S., they can't do conventional, because they know that our missile capabilities are profound, and our B-2s, our F-35s, F-16s, F-22s, you name it, they could all hit these things or fire long range from the JASSMs or from the cruise missiles, the ATACMS missiles from the ground, all kinds of ordnance that is really, really good and can hit pinpoint targets. So they know that, so they moved it underground so that when the war came, that they foresaw that they knew that they would be nearly impervious to our attack. So we should have known that. And so we should not have started a war we can't win, and then had this audacity, in my view, by especially from the president, Secretary Hegseth, and all kinds of these other folks who are supporting the war, to keep claiming, oh, we destroyed 80% of their missiles, we destroyed all of this, and they hardly had anything left in it. Was never true. All this stuff they kept telling us over and over, Anna, was never true, and they knew it wasn't true. And now the media, and look, we dog the mainstream media a lot, but I mean, thank goodness that CNN, Washington Post, the New York Times, at least they're uncovering some of this stuff. So maybe there is some hope for the Fourth Estate. I'm grateful for anything they do that's good. This is one of the examples.
You know, I had a thought, though, today that made me worry a little bit about this reporting, or more importantly, the motivations behind this reporting. Because on one hand, you know, there's been a lot of commentary. It could be inaccurate, but there's been a lot of speculation and commentary about how the Trump administration wants to get out of this war as soon as possible, but they want to spin it as a victory. And so Trump saying that he obliterated Iran's military is a way of spinning this as a victory so he can make an exit. I've never fully believed those arguments, mostly because the real decision maker over whether or not we exit the war, in my opinion, is Israel. And if the Israelis want us to continue, we're going to continue. That's how much influence I believe the Israelis have over our government and foreign policy. However, do you think there's a possibility that the reason why publications like the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, which have, especially the Wall Street Journal's editorial board, I mean, they've been cheerleaders for this war. Do you think that they're trying to prevent Trump from exiting the war by saying, no, Iran is very dangerous. I mean, look at their military capability. Look at how much weapons they have, their missiles. We have to stay in it to ensure that they're no longer a threat. Do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't rule anything out, and they could be trying that. But whether they intended it or not, they have validated that we should most definitely not resume the war, because that shows that 14,000 strikes that we had across Iran, that near virtually impervious to anything, that their air defense, to anything that we had to launch. All it did was cause apparently a 30% degradation on some of the missile sites, and some weren't touched at all, and some were kept to be operational. So if that was their intent, then it should be backfired to anyone willing to use common sense, because that tells you we use somewhere around 30 to 40% of all of our remaining stockpiles of the most important missile systems we have. The JASSMs, long-range cruise missiles, the Tomahawk cruise missiles, the THAAD long-range air defense systems, and the PAC-3 regular standard air defense missiles. We burned through huge portions of that and scratched the surface. That's about it. So you want to go back in and you want to get rid of that even further and diminish our capabilities and stockpiles there further, so that we're not even going to be able to be defending ourselves. Already, Anna, this has been a massive waste of our national security capabilities. Huge. Just think about that. Against a Midland power like Iran, we have burned through something like, and it's classified the exact number, but somewhere around 30 to 45% of everything we had of these key missile systems, offensive and defensive. Now, what's going to happen if we get into an unexpected war against somebody who's good, like a China, like a Russia, North Korea possibly, or even go back in against Iran, for crying out loud? We're going to burn through those and we're going to be nearly defenseless. So I think it's a major, major mistake that we started, and we should definitely not restart.
I mean, I totally agree with you on that. And when you consider the fact that, you know, the production of these THAAD missile interceptors, I mean, it takes a long time to produce them. It's also very expensive. And those are the missiles that are being used to shoot down Iran's incredibly cheap drones that are easy to produce, cheap to produce. So the drone component to this war also puts the United States at a significant disadvantage. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Secretary of Defense or War, depending on what you want to call him, Pete Hegseth, because he was testifying before Congress yesterday about the war against Iran. And you'll be shocked to hear that his conduct was unbecoming. I want to show you a quick example. Let's go to video 1.
You said just a few moments ago, Mr. Secretary, we control the strait. But it's clear that reopening the Strait of Hormuz for commercial traffic eludes us, in no small part because Iran retains a robust stockpile of cheap, lethal Shahed drones, and they are getting help from our adversaries in rebuilding them. What is your plan for reopening the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. Secretary?
I would just note that the majority of your question was highly disingenuous and loaded with suggestions that I very much don't agree with.
Your reaction, Colonel.
What do you? I could care less if you agree with it or not. We don't have control of the strait, and for a senator and I think it was the Senate Armed Services Committee to ask the Secretary of War, "What is your plan to get it open with?" is the most basic, elementary entry question. And for him to say, "Oh, I don't accept the premise of it," then what do you not accept? I mean, I actually missed that part there. But the fact is, it's closed, and it has been from the beginning, and it never was in the 47 years before we started this foolish war that should never have started. So it's a very valid question of what are you going to do to get it open? Now, I can tell you militarily, nothing. There's nothing we can do to force it open, which is because we tried everything under God's Son to get it done the first time, whether that's all the naval power, carrier air power, the land-based power, these, bunker busters, F-35s, F-16s, F-22s, A-10s, you name it. We tried everything. Nothing has succeeded, and nothing's going to succeed because there are so many different ways that Iran can keep that thing closed. It's actually not very hard to keep it closed for various reasons that we can get into if you want. But the bottom line is he doesn't have an answer, because the only answer to actually get it back open is the one that the president and the government hates more than anything, and that's to either agree to some kind of a negotiated terms that's acceptable to Iran, or you literally just walk away and pretend like there's a victory, like you said, which ironically is what I hope they do, because it's the least damaging of all the things they could do. But it's going to be one of those two things. It won't be the military.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And what really set me off on yesterday's show, because we were showing these videos to the audience, was the clip that we're about to watch. So here's Hegseth saying the exact opposite of everything you just said. Take a look.
Oh, man.
Can you just confirm for the committee that there is not a military mechanism or means to reopen the strait?
There most certainly are military means by which we could open the strait. Both on targets on land and also with what we do with our naval capabilities, not to mention our naval blockade.
Why haven't you done, if that's true, and that's not what has been testified to us in private briefings, why haven't you done that already?
Ultimately, a preferred long-term approach would be a deal where they open it up.
Your own intelligence estimates, as has been reported, suggest that, in fact, the Iranians are in a position to hold out for potentially years. This is a high-risk strategy to hope that this economic pressure will eventually cause them to voluntarily reopen the strait, when there's plenty of evidence from military history to show that countries that are being attacked or invaded or occupied are actually willing to put up with a whole lot of economic misery in order to preserve national pride.
Well aware, we understand all of those historical case studies, and it's not just economic pressure. There's military pressure, diplomatic pressure. We certainly have a lot more military pressure we can bring to bear if the president were to choose to do so.
I'd like your reaction to that, but also I want to talk about Hexit's qualifications to even serve in this role. But start off with your reaction to what he said.
Yeah, well, first of all, you can tell he's stumbling over his words, trying to find something to say to just get away from the obvious answer, which the senator laid out there. There's no way you can answer it any other way than I can't open it up, or we would have. It's absurd to the highest degree to even try and claim, yeah, we could have opened it up militarily, but we chose not to because we wanted to find some other path, even though we went to war for 40 straight days, bombed 14,000 targets, and did all this stuff that we did. But we stopped because we want to try other things. That's obviously absurd at face value, and for him to claim otherwise is just, it's lying. I don't think there's any other way you can put it.
So I remember when Trump named Hexit as his defense secretary, and typical thing happened. The left was making a big deal about it in a negative way. The right was, cheerleading the idea. They loved it. And I looked at his record and I couldn't really understand how he was qualified to serve as defense secretary. And the reason why I say that is because, yes, I know that he was in the military, but serving in the military alone doesn't mean that you have the proper qualifications to make the right decisions when it comes to questions of war and peace. He was an anchor over at Fox. I'm guessing Trump likes the way he looks, but other than that, all we've seen from Hexit, especially as it pertains to the war against Iran, is taking a bad situation and making it far worse with his ridiculous rhetoric that does not reflect well on the American people. That's my opinion, but I want to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, when he first was listed, and then we started seeing a lot of these interviews where he's on television, and then during his confirmation hearing, etc., I'll be honest, I said, you know what, let's give him a chance, because the last thing that we need is somebody who's going to come in there and just be like Lloyd Austin, the guy before, that looks great on paper, coming in and out of industry, and all they do is just perpetuate the same things over and over. They just watch over this thing. They don't do anything to reform it, to bring it into the modern world. And I said, that's probably the last thing we need. Maybe we need a new guy who had 2 combat tours where he had a Bronze Star Medal for valor, which means that he knows what
Trump don't bluff. You a lie.
So I thought, okay,
don't come in here lying.
He understands how things work at the pointy end of the spear, and he at least has
he ain't arranged nothing.
Understanding.
If he arranged it, he wouldn't have. Hold on, because you're lying.
If he does what he said.
First of all, did you hit my like button, Everett Plummer? Everett, did you hit the like button? Hello, Everett. Because you came in here lying. He got everybody in his family. Well, not everybody. He got both his sons who are not on the cabinet. He got Elon Musk there that's not in his cabinet anymore, I don't think. So he can't think for himself. He got people there to listen for him and speak for him. He didn't arrange shit. And that's why they making deals around him. Yeah, now he in there begging, listening to see what the strategy. But he not going to come in. His sons are going to come in and then try to proposition them and offer them some business deal that don't have nothing to do with the U.S. He's a betrayer of the United States of America. Now, since you want to come in here lying, you got to go. Y'all say bye to Lie Everett. Lie Everett. Hey, Marie. Do not come in here lying. Iran was ready for war. Trump was not. He up there patty cake. Maker's man. Make me a cake, it's fast. I mean, he down there with these nursery rhymes and shit. Y'all hit the like button. Double tap the face of your screen. I hit those 3 dots at the top right corner. It's right up there. Come on. My likes ain't went up. Over there playing patty cake. What the hell? And when he started talking, it sound just like nursery rhymes. Oh, Lord. It kills me that you think that he's working for you. Come on, y'all, get the likes up. I've been here 2 hours and 19 minutes. Get them up. How dare you come in here and insulting our intelligence, Alvaretta? Let me see what's going on with you and your big naives. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what that look like. There's that visual. Let me see. Okay, yeah. I need to make sure he up out of her. Likes up, please. Which one was it? There we go.
Says in his hearing, then maybe he can do something good, which is to bring the warrior ethos back, to bring accountability back, to be doing modernizing the Department of Defense, etc. That's when it was still Department of Defense. And he didn't do any of those things. He came in and fired a bunch of people. You could tell he was just loving the job. You know, then he brings in this TV crew all the time, and does the makeup and all that kind of thing. And then one of the very first things he did was this whole Signalgate thing, and that's when I said, "Oh my God!" Now I felt foolish for saying give him a shot, because the very first thing he did is use a signal chat for operational planning, and it was self-evident. Everybody who's been in the military long enough to be a private or a second lieutenant knows that is absolutely forbidden, and you go to jail if you do operational stuff over a civilian app. I mean, everybody knows that. And then he lied about it and said, well, it wasn't operational. And so that's when I said, all right, that I was fooled. And he has no character, and is not willing to admit when he made a mistake or do the right thing in the first place. And it just went down.
He has no integrity, no morals, none of that.
So I want to end this portion of our conversation by showing you a video featuring Larry Kudlow, who's over at Fox Business now. He served in Trump's first administration. And I mean, he is absolutely shocked at the public opinion polling coming out of the U.S. showing that there is waning support toward Israel, and that the majority of Americans don't agree with this war against Iran. Here's how he reacted to it.
Lieutenant Colonel.
In terms of regime change, the president has said from the beginning he hopes the Iranian people will go and do that, will go and secure the freedoms. They want 42,000 and lost their lives just for protesting the repression.
I call it, I mean, it's the worst.
It's inhumane since
it's Nazi-like.
Hi, Kevin. We're saying since the Holocaust, absolutely.
Since the Holocaust.
And we can't look the other way, because look what happened then. So many leaders looked the other way. Trump's just not a guy.
I pray we do too.
How can a political party? How can a political party possibly?
He say he don't care nothing about our financial, the economy, finances.
I don't understand. This is worse than 9/11 in a sense. It's not really worse than 9/11 because we lost almost 3,000 people. I don't want to go down that road. But everybody was united in defense and patriotism of the United States. It's gone now. How can that be? Iran is in some sense worse, bigger than Al-Qaeda. They haven't done us direct damage yet, but we're risking, Boston, New York, Chicago, you name it, that kind of thing. And how can people all of a sudden turn against Israel? A democracy.
I don't know if it was the 2-martini lunch talking or if he genuinely believes what he's saying, but I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Wow, that's another one I hadn't seen, so that was a bit of a shocker. I used some of his sound bites on my show, but I missed that one. And holy cow, that is as detached from reality as it can be. And one of the things that I suspect and fear is that he may believe what he said, meaning the sources of information he may get from wherever they are. He may think those things are true, and he may be genuinely puzzled why Americans who were attacked on 9/11 and had Washington, Pennsylvania, and the New York hit, by an external source and all the damage that went with that. We don't have the same reaction when we go and search for an attack on somebody that did not attack us, was not threatening us, violating our own Constitution, violating the War Powers Act and international law. Other than that, it was fine. And so why does he think anybody's going to support that? And then to be puzzled why Israel people aren't supporting Israel when they have been on this mad genocidal episode from the beginning. And look, and I said from the very, very beginning, from 10/7, the days afterwards, on Fox News, I said, listen, any country who's been attacked by a terrorist organization like that and killed, whatever it was, close to 1,000 civilians in the process, they're gonna strike back. We did, everybody would, and it's it's in the UN Charter. It's just normal humanity. But I said it matters how they do it. And then when it became
we're all in this together. You're right, Terry.
We're going to use this as an opportunity to go in and
You're
just start
absolutely right.
wantonly destroying the Gaza Strip and killing whoever was in the way. I said emphatically at the time, I said, this is putting Israel on a path that's going to be harmful and not going to provide security. You can't put military force to something to get a political objective, providing security by creating more insecurity. And then, of course, that has impact when you just tens of thousands of people over and over were killed. And you can see, anyone can see that you are methodically leveling the entire living structure. There's no military utility in any of that. Even though they said it on a routine basis and we gave political and diplomatic cover to it, it was never true. And normal people can see that with greatest
never
ease.
True.
And so when he's surprised by that, then that means that he is either one, he's of that group of people that is okay with that kind of destruction, and that they value the Israeli people over the Palestinian people and say these other ones don't count, so it's fine if they kill them and force them off the land. Or he's just blind, or I don't know, maybe there's a third option, but I can't come up with anything that's rational.
Well, it's interesting that he made this partisan, because there's a growing number of Republican voters, self-identified Republicans, who don't agree with this war either, although the percentage is higher on the Democratic side. I will admit that. I think that this behavior and the reaction by normal Americans to the behavior of Israel has been very clarifying for me personally, because I did used to see everything in our country through a hyper-partisan lens. And when you do that, you inevitably start convincing yourself that the other side is dangerous and they want terrible things and they don't value human lives. I am actually, the one silver lining to everything that's been going on is it woke me up to the reality that most Americans are good people.
Right.
Doesn't matter if you're a conservative, a liberal, a leftist, doesn't matter. If you see what's happening in the Middle East, you see the loss of innocent human lives, you see the treachery being carried out, and you speak out against it, you have a problem with it, it means you're genuinely a decent person. And knowing that the majority of my fellow Americans are decent people who see that slaughter abroad and they have a huge problem with it gives me a little bit of peace of mind. I think that we as Americans will pull through the horrible situation that we're in right now. But we have to have that optimism about who Americans are as people. I'm not talking about people in positions of power, just normal Americans. And seeing them react negatively to what's happening in the Middle East gives me a little bit of hope. Anyway, let's move on to Ukraine. So we haven't talked about Ukraine on TYT for a while now, and that's very much on purpose, because some number of months ago, I realized there were certain things that weren't being reported in the U.S. There were certain things I myself might have been naive about, and I wanted to get to the bottom of the truth and feel comfortable, making a case. I am still not there, Colonel. I don't feel confident in what I know about what actually happened in the lead up to the Russian invasion into Ukraine, which is why I'm bringing you on, because you've been following this very closely, and I want to get your perspective on it. So let me introduce you again so people know who you are. So joining us is Colonel Daniel Davis. He's the host of the Daniel Davis Deep Dive program on YouTube. And I wanted to ask the Colonel some questions about what the latest news is out of Ukraine. But more importantly, I wanted to offer a different perspective than what you've heard on this show in regard to the lead up to the Russian invasion into Ukraine. So let's actually start off with the most recent news. So where are we, Colonel, today when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war? There's supposed to be a ceasefire, but the New York Times reported just today that 4 Ukrainian civilians were killed on Tuesday and 8 more died in strikes early Wednesday. The fighting on the front carried on without having paused at all during the ostensible ceasefire. And the whole point of this piece was to make, draw some attention to the fact that the conventional meaning of ceasefire has been upended during the Trump administration, because even when there clearly isn't a ceasefire, it's being referred to as one. Nonetheless, what is the latest news?
This ceasefire, it's important to identify exactly what it was. It was supposed to be a 3-day ceasefire for the purpose of the May 9th Victory Day in Russia, and the same, I forget what they call it, something close to the same thing in Ukraine, because they were all part of the Soviet Union that won World War II, what they call the Great Patriotic War. And so President Putin tried to get one of those last year, and it ended up not working. They kind of had a unilateral ceasefire, and it kind of held a little bit, and then they went back to fighting. So there was never any anticipation this would do anything more than just the 3 days, the day before, the day of, and the day after that May 9th day. So it was always expected, as soon as that period ran out, that they would turn back on. It generally held at the strategic level, because the Russians, I think within 3 hours of the end of that ceasefire period, started what turned out to be a number of waves, and I think 800 drones and missiles ended up being fired from Russia back into Ukraine, and Ukraine did the same thing on a smaller scale, but pretty robust, into Russia. So, and then as you pointed out on the front lines, when you're talking about a 700-mile front line, there's going to be some skirmishes and there's going to be some breaking, but nothing big involved, because there hasn't been any big tactical movements for a few months now, actually. So in that regard, a lot of fire was exchanged back and forth across the line, but nothing of any real significance. So that's kind of where we are right now in terms of what's happened in the last few days.
Interesting. So you mentioned that there hasn't been any major, military operations over the last few months. Like, where is this headed? I mean, is this a quagmire, or is there any movement on the Russian side to maybe put an end to this?
Yeah, there has been, and it hasn't gotten any media coverage at all here, and I've been really surprised because a lot of the stuff is open on the Russian side. I talked a minute ago about in the Iran, where you got to listen to the Iranian side and the American side and the Israeli side to try to figure out what's actually going on. Same thing here. You got to listen to the Ukrainian side, but you also have to listen to the Russian side. And the Russians are furious at Putin, and they have been growing up for a number of months now, because he hasn't been pushing hard enough. Because when this came to we crossed over the 4-year mark here not too long ago in February, and that eventually exceeded the period that the Russians were in World War II. And a lot of them were going, hey, hang on a minute. Our greatest generation won our war in whatever the total number of days was, 1,300, something like that. And they said, now then, here we are, we passed that against one country, not against the whole Nazi empire. Why can we not win this, and why aren't you trying harder? And Putin is very risk averse, so he hasn't been wanting to push hard. But now that he's starting to take pressure, even at the troop level, I've gotten some sources who have direct connection to people at the front line, and then others at the strategic level, and they're all getting angry at Putin, and it's starting to become public. So that's putting pressure on him to do something different and to take more of a risk. And now then there's a guy named Karaganov, who came out along with a couple of others, has been saying, you know what, it's time to change the dynamics here. We have been, it's just Russia against Ukraine on the ground, but it's Russia against 50 nations from the United States and all the European nations and a bunch of others from Asia, et cetera. And they say, we're tired of this. It's not just one-on-one, it's one-on-50. And it's time for us to change the dynamic and start firing missiles into European cities, into European military facilities that are supporting us against this. And they said if that doesn't deter them from stopping any further, then we need to escalate to tactical nuclear weapons. They're saying this out loud, and it's not getting any kind of coverage. I had John Mearsheimer on my show this afternoon, and we talked about this extensively and showed some of the video from it.
Likes up, please. Hit the like.
I found on Russian media, and they are getting
the likes up, y'all.
And I'm just really alarmed that we haven't been paying any attention.
So I have a friend named Greg who he's been just nudging me to cover this, and I have to be honest with you, part of me felt like maybe he's being a little bit hysterical, because he really believes that pretty soon Europe is going to engage in a kinetic war with Russia, and it could lead to the use of nuclear weapons. And he's like, Anna, you got to dig deeper. You got to dig deeper. But based on what you're telling me, there's a likelihood that that could happen, but Russia would be the one taking the first, carrying out the first strikes.
What the Russians are saying, in this Karaganov is his name, has been saying this for literally a long time. He was an early proponent of this, but he was a kind of a fringe guy. But now that because it's dragged on so long, it's moved into the mainstream, and a lot of people are saying, yeah, we think this is going to be the case. It's been fed by, really all the way through, and it's continued on from the European leaders very foolishly continuing to threaten Russia. And they have moved German troops into the Baltics, for example. They keep talking over and over that we have to have this rebuild Europe, that we have to have this $800 billion advancement, and we have to get ready to fight Russia by 2030 or 2029 even. So they're all trying to grow their forces. They're saying, let's all add 5% of GDP. Let's go up to a wartime footing. So the Russians are hearing all that, and they're thinking, well, we're not just going to be sitting on our hands and doing nothing, especially when we're just nibbling at the front lines here. So that's why they're saying we got to do something different. And so they're saying instead of all these 50 countries supporting the killing of Russian troops on our front lines, how about we take the fight to them for the first time? Because they say we're already effectively at war. How about we make them pay some of the price too, and not just our side? And that's the danger, that we keep talking on the Western side about all this coming war with Russia, and now then they're starting to believe it, and now then they may be ready to take some action on it. Now it all goes down to President Putin. How much risk is he willing to take, and how much pressure can he resist on the inside? Because they may strike military targets in Europe, and of course that's an Article 5 trigger right there that's going to definitely trigger that. But how much appetite is there going to be from our weakened military, Anna, because we have spent 4 years emptying out our arsenals to give them to Ukraine to go and try to kill Russians, but now we don't have the industrial capacity to replace that. So we're now at a very weakened position, while Russia is the opposite. They are now busting at the seams with all kinds of missiles and drones, artillery shells, everything you need to fight a modern war. They have been stockpiling this stuff while they're fighting here. We can't fight a conventional war, or God forbid, a nuclear strike. We just can't do it, or it could be destroying of everybody. But Russia is feeling like they're in the increasing powerful position because they've been preparing for it and mentally, whereas all we do is talk a lot of stuff and then deplete our arsenal. So it's a bad situation.
Okay, so the underlying disagreement, the big debate, is what the intentions of Vladimir Putin is, what the Russians want to accomplish, right? So if you speak to anyone in the Western world, they are absolutely convinced that the whole point of all of this is to rebuild Soviet Russia, not in terms of communism, but in terms of, the land grabs and the expansion, the empire. So that's what the Europeans believe. That's what the United States believes. Russia, on the other hand, has consistently made the argument that the reason why this happened is because of the security risk or threat to Russia imposed by NATO. What is the truth? What is the reality?
Yeah, this stuff that they're trying to rebuild the Soviet Union and trying to get ready to advance on the ground towards the West is complete fiction that we created. This goes back to 2007. 2007 at the Munich Security Conference, when Putin was first invited for the first time, because they were trying to, this was in the euphoria, the short-lived euphoria after the end of the Cold War, and we said, hey, let's have a European-wide security architecture. And so Putin was invited to Munich to have a conversation, and he said, listen, about this NATO expansion. And he said something which, and I've written on this extensively before the war started. I said, listen, what sense does it make for, I think it was 16 members of NATO, to stand against the totality of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact countries in like 50,000 tanks, and I forget how many tens of thousands of missiles and planes and all that. And we stood up against them, and we stared them down during the Cold War, and then they ended up falling. Now, what sense does it make once they disintegrate that we need to expand that NATO? If 16 stopped all of that and now that they've disintegrated, you don't even need it anymore, much less to expand it. But it's like we took advantage of that, and it wasn't collective security anymore. It was advancement and to keep Russia down. And then it kept going on and on. And so in 2007, Putin said, hey, who is this expansion directed against? Because you say it's not us, but there's nobody else out there. It's only us. And if you keep going, there's going to be a problem. In 2008, then NATO took the step and says, as a matter of fact, it's not just the Baltic countries and these others, we're going to expand into Georgia and to Ukraine. And Russia says, no, you're not, because it's one thing for the Baltics, which we don't like, but that's militarily defensible for us. There's a lot of reasons why that's not that hard of a task to defend. But Ukraine, that's like right down the plains that has a path leading straight to Moscow that twice Western powers, Napoleon and then Hitler, used to invade Russia in the past. And so they say, no, that's not happening. If you do that, and this was eventually told to Jens Stoltenberg, the former NATO Secretary General, if you put NATO into Ukraine, there will be war. But if you just take that off the table, there won't be any war. And Jens Stoltenberg mocked it and said, nobody tells us what to do. They will come in. And then Putin said, then you're going to have war, because there's no way on God's earth we're going to let your military alliance come up to our border like it's happened twice in the previous 2 centuries, like we would do, Anna. There's no way on God's earth we would ever allow to a military alliance with Canada or with Mexico or Cuba, for example. We would never allow any of that. Or Venezuela, which you've seen us. So,
I mean, we think, and when I say we, I mean our government thinks that chance, just simple chance against America means that there's a security risk and we should go to war against people chanting that in a foreign country that doesn't even have weapons that can reach mainland United States. But I totally agree with you in regard to how the U.S. would react very similarly, if not even more aggressively, if a similar, alliance had reached our
Monty,
borders
I can't find
during
it.
our security. Can you talk a little bit, though, about Crimea? Because, the counter argument to what you just said is, well, Russia annexed Crimea in 2014.
Lights up,
How do you
please.
justify that? Like, what was that about?
Nearly everything that I've described here from 2007 forward, actually everything, we initiated first, Russia reacts. We want this situation, we love it, to where we can do whatever we want and you can do nothing about it except for say yes sir and just suck it down. That's the case here. In 2014, in late 2013, early 2014, you had Ukraine whole, to include Crimea. Now, Russia had a military base, it's this place called Sevastopol on the Black Sea at the bottom of Crimea, which was part of Ukrainian territory, and they had for a long time, since the 1990s, when Ukraine became independent from the USSR. They had a deal that there would be like a 99-year lease for the Russian Black Sea Fleet there. That was something they all agreed to. Everything's fine, good to go. Well, now all of a sudden, with this, one of the reasons why Russia said they're not going to allow NATO into Ukraine, because that's where their base is in what then was Ukrainian territory. And then now all of a sudden here we have the big Maidan of late 2013, early 2014, when we, and everybody knows now, we helped orchestrate a coup that overthrew the legally elected government that was leaning towards Moscow. We didn't like that. We wanted one that was leaning towards Europe. And so when the guy who was in charge, I think it was Yanukovych, was leaning towards Russia, then we said, yeah, we can't do that. So there was a protest, and instead of putting the protest down, we allowed the protesters to run this government out. Because then there was a legend, this is part of the gray part, there was then it turned violent in the capital city, and there was some claims that it was the Russian-dominated government was killing protesters, and others said no, this was actually infiltrators in the crowd to actually shoot the crowd to create more chaos, to make it look like that it was the government, so that they could come and drive them out, etc. That's in the gray zone. What's not in the gray zone is that Russia, EU, and Ukrainian authorities got together on I want to say it was the 20th of March, 20th of February. 2014, and they came up with a solution. They said, all right, tell you what, we'll have early elections. Russia agreed to this. And they said in May. So from February to May, we'll have early elections. And if your guy wins, then your guy wins. We'll have early elections. And Russia said they knew that they would lose the election because the sentiment had turned against them. But instead of allowing that to happen, we supported the crowd running the Yanukovych out.
They don't want the American people to find out the truth, Crystal.
You may be familiar with what's her face, Victoria Nuland, with that famous intercepted phone where we're deciding who's going to be the next leader of Ukraine. We're talking about all these different people. We put our handpicked person in there because we didn't want there to be an election. We just wanted to choose who was in charge. In response, Putin said, okay, then I see how this is going. We agreed to elections. We aren't going to agree to a coup.
Hey, Mrs.
And we're now
Tom.
going to take Crimea, which is 95% ethnic Russian anyway. So it was in reaction to what we had helped facilitate inside of Ukraine. That's where that came from.
I could talk to you about this for the rest of the show, but unfortunately we're going to have to wrap up soon. But I have one more question for you that I think is important, and this is something that I myself was naive about and wasn't fully informed about. Talk to me about how ethnic Russians have been treated in Ukraine under Zelensky.
Yeah, I mean, there was one of the most infamous was during this Maidan period when it expanded out from the capital later in 2014. It got down into Odessa, and there was a number of pro-Russian folks there, a lot of ethnic Russians, because, you know, of course, during the Soviet Union, you had all kinds of ethnic Russians in Ukraine.
I'm going to get ready to go.
There's a lot of history that I won't bore you with right now.
But I think I want to go out. Hold on,
over the decades.
on James. But I know he going to use a bunch of F words, F-bombs. Y'all listen, a friend of mine, Sunday brought me some libations. Baby, from Korea. And when I tell you this is tasty. So, this right here is so tasty. Oh my God. So let me hurry up and end. I think I want to hear James. I want to hear him go ham. Can we end on James? What is it? Carville? Yeah, let me end on him. Hold on. Let's see. I couldn't find him getting kicked out the meeting.
I think there's only one thing that he's thinking about. I think there's only one thing that he's thinking about in his trip to China, and that is a big grift. Look at who he's taking with him. You're going to watch.
What you say,
I think there's
James?
only one thing that he's thinking about in his trip to China, and that is a big grift. Look at who he's taking with him. You're going to watch a grift and graft over there like you can't imagine. That's all this trip is about.
You talking about the
and I got
the
news
Korean?
For you, Mr. and Mrs. Joe Sixpack or whoever you are out there.
You talking about this little tasty wasty? This is good. But I'm afraid that it's too sweet, so I'm probably gonna drink it too fast, you know? And it's gonna catch me. I think it's what? Let me see. I think 12%. Yeah, but it
doesn't give a shit about you, your future, your finance. I think there's only one thing that he's thinking about in his trip to China, and that is a big grift. Look at who he's taking with him.
Exactly.
You're going to watch a grift and graft over there like you can't imagine. That's all this trip is about. And I got news for you, Mr. and Mrs. Joe Sixpack or whoever you are out there. He doesn't give a shit about you, your future, your finances.
Oh, wow. China just changed the game.
He just cares about making all the money he can as fast as he can.
It's so sickening and disgusting. Don't pass out on
news this week on the political powers gerrymandering, and Republicans scored some major.
I don't know. Hold on. Some just came across an hour ago that says China just changed the game, and it's our. Yeah, I think I need to go over there. Cause my military brother say he approves with his intel. So let me see what's going on. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we are noticing it.
Hello and welcome
welcome to Geostratic. America's old leverage over China is slipping, and the world is starting to notice. The pressure tools that once shaped Beijing's choices are not landing the same way anymore.
Oh yeah, you could drink this. If you're not a wine drinker, you most definitely can drink this.
This is not just a trade story anymore. It is a story about power.
Y'all get the likes up. Let me pause before. Janet, if you are a wine drinker, this is sweeter than a Riesling. It's probably the sweetest. Yeah, I can't think of anything right off the bat that is just a Moscato, but stronger. I like dry, real. Yeah, you like to feel it. What is your percentage? What is Monty? What is your percentage? Like a 14? You like it dry. I like a sweet red. Lano, Lano, I think is how it's spelled. They have a sweet red that is a perfect balance as far as it will put you out, and it just won't be so dry. But it's a really, really excellent red wine. I don't drink it all. Oh yeah, this is very sweet. And the flavor, that lychee is really good. So for this to be a white, and it's 12%, you already know. That's why I don't drink like that. And so I already know I'm going to have some stomach issues. I'm going to excuse myself for a bit. I'll be back. Okay. So let me start back. Y'all please hit the like button before we start with this man right here who is saying America has lost its leverage over China. Nothing is going Donald Trump's way. It don't matter what I hear and who we listen to. It's just not going his way. And I still yet have not found that he left the meeting. But it looked like he got a mythical megaphone. Let me see what this is saying right quick.
I read a story today, which actually even I was shocked by.
Can y'all hear him?
Said he was launching a mobile phone, and he asked people for $100 deposit for the phone.
Oh, that they may not get.
Not produced the phone, and he has refused to return the deposits.
Yeah.
And he is.
Trump is losing it. He absolutely is broke, y'all. I asked y'all to hit the like button. If not, I can go. What we gonna do? Y'all ready to go? China just took control of the world. What time is it? It was 5 hours ago. This was an hour ago.
Hello and welcome to Geostratic. America's old leverage over China is slipping, and the world is starting to notice.
Absolutely.
The pressure tools that once shaped Beijing's choices are not landing the same way anymore.
They're laughing in his face.
Markets see it, voters feel it, and leaders in Washington are running out of easy moves. This is not just a trade story anymore. It is a story about power, confidence, and timing. In today's video, we'll cover what is really happening, why this situation matters, how it could impact politics and the economy, and what may happen next. For years, Washington assumed it had a familiar toolkit for dealing with Beijing. Tariffs, sanctions, export controls, diplomatic pressure, alliance building, and the promise of economic pain. That playbook did not always win in the big sense, but it gave America leverage. It gave American leaders the ability to shape China's behavior at the margin. It gave markets a clear sense that the United States still set the terms of the game. But that assumption is being tested now. China has spent years preparing for exactly this kind of pressure. It has built alternative supply chains, expanded trade with the rest of Asia, deepened energy ties with the Middle East, increased industrial self-reliance, and made itself harder to isolate. That does not mean China is immune. It is not. It still faces property weakness, local government debt stress, weak consumer confidence, and a tricky demographic future. But resilience is not the same as strength. And in geopolitics, sometimes resilience is enough to blunt your opponent's leverage. And that is the key point here. America can still hurt China, but hurting China is not the same as controlling China. That gap matters, because leverage is not just about punishment. It is about whether the other side believes the punishment will change its behavior. And right now, Beijing increasingly believes it can absorb pressure, redirect it, or wait it out. That changes the psychological balance, it changes how diplomats negotiate, it changes how investors price risk, and it changes how ordinary people in both countries interpret each new headline. Look at how this plays out in practice. When Washington tightens export controls on advanced chips, the immediate message is meant to be simple: slow China down. But the longer-term effect is more complicated. China accelerates domestic substitution. It invests more aggressively in its own semiconductor ecosystem. It pushes firms to localize. It leans on state support. It absorbs losses in the short term for strategic gains in the long term. So the United States may slow one lane, but China starts building a different road. That is why so many Reuters-style reports on this subject keep circling the same tension. Washington announces pressure. Beijing responds with adaptation. The markets ask the uncomfortable question: did policy change behavior, or did it just rearrange the chessboard? That question matters because markets hate uncertainty, but they hate inconsistent strategy even more. When investors do not know whether a tariff threat is a negotiating tactic, a long-term industrial policy, or a political message to domestic voters, they begin to price in wider risk. They hedge, they delay capital spending, they move money into safer assets, they avoid long-duration bets that depend on stable trade rules, and once that caution spreads, it starts to affect real activity. Manufacturers postpone expansion. Logistics firms rethink routes. Multinationals split supply chains. Insurance costs rise. Shipping becomes more expensive. Inflation can creep back into the system through the back door. That is the hidden economic effect people miss. Trade conflict does not always hit like a bomb. Sometimes it works more like friction. It adds cost layer by layer until the whole machine becomes less efficient. And when the machine becomes less efficient, voters notice. They may not follow every tariff clause or export control notice, but they do notice prices at the store. They notice higher costs for electronics, cars, appliances, and industrial inputs. They notice companies blaming geopolitical uncertainty for layoffs or delays. They notice when the political class promises strength abroad while the household budget feels weaker at home. That is where voter psychology enters the picture. If inflation is still fresh in people's minds, they become more sensitive to anything that might once. Some hear national strength, others hear a potential cost increase. And the political reaction depends on which feeling is stronger. That is why the politics of China pressure in America have become so complicated. A hardline stance can play well with parts of the electorate who want toughness and clarity. It can also play well with industries that want protection from Chinese competition. But if the result is higher consumer prices, higher borrowing costs, or slower growth, the same policy can become politically toxic very quickly. That tension makes American strategy more fragile than it looks on television. China understands this. Beijing does not need to beat America in a headline sense. It just needs to convince Washington that escalation will be costly, slow, divisive, and hard to sustain. If Chinese officials believe American politics will weaken the durability of pressure, they do not need to rush into concessions. They can wait. They can let the pressure fade into a domestic debate inside the United States. That is a form of leverage too, just less visible. And while all of this is happening, the rest of the world is adjusting. Allies are watching Washington carefully. Europe wants to reduce strategic dependence without getting trapped in a full economic war. Japan wants stability, but it also wants resilience. South Korea has to balance security ties with its deep commercial exposure. Southeast Asia does what it always does in great power rivalry. It tries not to choose too loudly. Everyone is reading the room because everyone knows that when America and China move, the spillovers are global. Energy markets are part of that story as well. When geopolitical tension rises, oil and gas traders react immediately. They do not wait for the final policy outcome. They price the risk of shipping disruption, sanctions, retaliation, or regional instability. Even the fear of escalation can push freight costs and insurance premiums higher. That feeds into transportation costs, industrial input costs, and eventually consumer prices. So one strategic headline in Washington or Beijing can ripple through the real economy in ways most people never connect. That is why central banks care. A central bank does not just watch inflation numbers, it watches expectations. It watches whether households think prices will keep rising. It watches whether businesses expect higher costs and pass them on. If trade tensions make inflation more persistent, central banks face a harder choice: keep rates high for longer or risk a new wave of price pressure. Either way, the cost of political conflict shows up in financial conditions. That is how geopolitics becomes macroeconomics. And this brings us to the deeper question: why is America's leverage weaker now than it used to be? Part of the answer is structural. China's role in global manufacturing is not a small side story. It sits at the center of everything, from consumer goods to industrial components to refined materials. That means China is not just a country to pressure, it is a node in the world economy. When a country sits that deep in the network, you cannot squeeze it without touching yourself and your allies too. The old idea that the United States could simply isolate China ignored how interconnected the system had already become. Another part of the answer is political. Washington is no longer operating in the environment it enjoyed during the peak of post-Cold War confidence. Trust in institutions is lower. Public patience is thinner. Media ecosystems are fragmented. Every policy decision is instantly filtered through partisan narratives. One side calls it weakness, the other calls it recklessness. That makes sustained strategy harder. Leverage requires consistency, and consistency is expensive in a polarized democracy. Beijing has noticed that too. Chinese leaders do not need to love American democracy to exploit its rhythms. They just need to understand that election cycles, media pressure, and public fatigue create limits. When a policy takes time to work, but voters want results now, patience becomes a strategic weakness. The White House may speak in long-term terms, but the political calendar is always shorter. That gap is one of China's most useful advantages. Still, China is not operating from a position of pure strength. Its economy is under real pressure. Growth is not the same as it was in the era when double-digit expansion made the country feel unstoppable. The property sector has faced serious stress. Local debt is a constant concern. Youth confidence has weakened at points. Private firms have watched policy shifts carefully. Foreign investors are more selective than they used to be. And China still needs access to markets, technology, and global confidence. So the real story is not that America has no leverage at all. The real story is that leverage is becoming more expensive to use and less reliable in outcome. That distinction matters because it changes strategy. If a pressure tool is cheap and effective, you use it confidently. If it is costly and uncertain, you use it more cautiously, or you stop using it altogether. The United States now has to think harder about second-order effects. Will a tariff help domestic industry or just raise prices? Will export restrictions slow China or speed up Chinese substitution? Will an alliance statement actually constrain Beijing or just harden positions on both sides? These are not academic questions. They are the questions shaping real policy. Markets are already trading the uncertainty. When investors think the United States and China are moving into a prolonged rivalry without a clear off-ramp, they tend to favor defense, energy security, critical minerals, domestic manufacturing, and balance sheet safety. They also become more sensitive to abrupt policy shocks. A sudden announcement can move equities, currencies, and commodities fast. That is because investors are not just reacting to today's news. They are reacting to the future path of policy, and that path has become less predictable. Behaviorally, that matters a lot. Humans do not respond to strategic complexity with calm spreadsheets. They respond to fear, memory, and pattern recognition. If they remember inflation, they fear another price wave. If they remember supply chain shortages, they fear another disruption. If they remember geopolitical shocks, they move money faster. Governments know this, which is why they communicate so carefully around escalation. One word can calm markets. One word can also trigger them. This is also why media influence matters so much. A story about America pushing back on China sounds different from a story about America losing leverage over China. The first sounds assertive. The second sounds strategic and unstable. Public perception follows framing, and framing shapes political space. If voters believe a policy is working, they tolerate pain longer. If they believe it is failing, they want to change quickly. That is why the battle over narrative is not separate from the battle over power. It is part of it. Now let's talk about what happens next. The best case scenario is not a fantasy. It is a controlled competition. In that version, both sides understand the cost of escalation. Washington focuses on narrow, targeted restrictions instead of broad, sweeping economic warfare. Beijing avoids dramatic retaliation and keeps the relationship tense but manageable. Trade continues. Supply chains adapt gradually. Inflation remains contained. Investors regain some confidence. Alliances hold together. That is the least damaging path, and it is still difficult. The worst case scenario is much uglier. In that version, each side assumes the other is bluffing. The United States expands pressure too aggressively. China retaliates in ways that hit specific sectors, commodities, or critical supply lines. Businesses panic, markets sell off, inflation gets another push. Central banks are forced into tighter policy at the wrong moment. Political rhetoric hardens, allies are squeezed, the global economy slows. And because trust has already been damaged, every new move is interpreted as a sign of strategic confrontation, not routine bargaining. That is the nightmare scenario for investors. It is also the nightmare scenario for ordinary families, because the damage does not stay in diplomatic circles. It shows up in job security, borrowing costs, import prices, shipping delays, and weaker growth. It can also deepen political anger, because people often feel the pain before they understand the cause. By the time the public connects the dots, the damage is already spread across the system. The most likely scenario is somewhere in between. Not a clean break, not a full reset. Just a long, uncomfortable period of managed rivalry. America keeps trying to limit China's access to the most sensitive technologies. China keeps building alternatives and widening its global economic options. The relationship remains transactional, tense, and unstable. There may be moments of temporary calm, especially when both sides see market stability. But the underlying competition does not go away. It simply becomes a new normal. And that new normal has consequences far beyond Washington and Beijing. For developing countries, it means more pressure to choose sides in investment, technology, and infrastructure. For Europe, it means more strategic ambiguity. For commodity exporters, it means more volatility. For multinational companies, it means a more expensive and more political operating environment. For the global financial system, it means more fragmentation and less confidence in easy assumptions. In other words, this is not just about whether America can pressure China. It is about whether the world is moving into an era where the biggest powers can still dictate terms, or whether even superpowers are now trapped by the systems they built. That is the real turning point here. Because once leverage becomes less effective, power does not disappear.
Okay, Ms. Tom,
it just becomes more contested, more expensive, and more uncertain. And when uncertainty becomes a default setting, politics gets louder, markets get jumpier, and history moves in a less predictable direction. So yes, America still has tools, but the bigger question is whether those tools still produce the outcomes Washington wants. And right now, the evidence suggests the answer is getting less certain by the day. Stay informed. Geostrategy
was a signal that Beijing intended to meet Trump from a position it considers non-negotiable.
Dang, I'm trying to find why Trump needs China. I'm trying to understand what's going on. Did we just hear this? Okay, let's hear this one.
When asked
Okay, so today I want to discuss something that I think is one of the most fascinating strategic stories happening in the world right now. And most people are completely missing it because everyone is focused on Iran. Everyone is focused on Trump. Everyone is focused on the bombs and the missiles and the drones. And that's understandable. That's where the action is. That's what's on the news every single day. But I want to ask you a different question today. While all of this is happening, while America is spending billions of dollars, while the Middle East is on fire, while oil prices are going through the roof, who is actually winning? And the answer is not America. And the answer is not Iran.
Listen, I done had this wine now. Don't make me laugh. You talking about, thank you. Woo! Y'all finna get the tickle, Auntie feet. Y'all done had me every which kind of way. Now you ain't never had me giggly. Okay, so we finna. Oh, that's the why I bypassed this one because it's kind of cartoonish.
He described Iran's military as effectively finished.
I'm trying to find the one that Monty said
for a high-stakes visit to China.
It got put out. I don't think that's true, Monty.
Just the scale of the delegation or the business.
Come in the chat. Yeah.
What they are being forced
I may encourage your silly behavior then.
in an era where the world.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, So today I want to discuss something that I think is one of the most fascinating strategic stories happening in the world right now. And most people are completely missing it because everyone is focused on Iran. Everyone is focused on Trump. Everyone is focused on the bombs and the missiles and the drones. And that's understandable. That's where the action is. That's what's on the news every single day. But I want to ask you a different question today. While all of this is happening, while America is spending billions of dollars, while the Middle East is on fire, while oil prices are going through the roof, who is actually winning? And the answer is not America. And the answer is not Iran. The answer is a man who said almost nothing, who did almost nothing, who fired not a single bullet, who sent not a single soldier. And yet right now, at this moment, he is the biggest winner of this entire war. That man is Vladimir Putin. Okay, so let's discuss
the one
this.
he done gave
Because I think
everything
once
to.
you understand the Putin story, once you see it clearly, it will completely change how you think about this war and about how power actually works in the world. Okay? First, I want to set up the context, because to understand why Putin is winning, you first have to understand where Russia was just before this war started. And the situation was not good. Not good at all. Let me give you the numbers, because the numbers tell the real story. In February 2026, the month before this war started, Russia's oil export revenues had fallen to just $9.5 billion for the entire month. That is the lowest level since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. Think about that. 4 years of war, 4 years of sanctions, 4 years of pressure. And by February 2026, it was finally starting to work. The sanctions were biting. The G7 had lowered the oil price cap to $46 a barrel. Western countries were getting serious about stopping Russian shadow fleet tankers. These are the secret ships Russia uses to sell oil and hide where it's going. And Ukraine was hitting Russian oil infrastructure with drones. Russian oil export volumes had dropped to 6.6 million barrels per day. Again, the lowest since 2022. The Russian economy was on the edge of recession. Real GDP was contracting in the first months of 2026. The IMF forecast for Russia's full-year economic growth was just 0.8%. Inflation was high, interest rates were high, debt was high. Russian bankruptcies in 2025 rose by 31% to 568,000. The Russian central bank was introducing emergency new banking regulations, which is something you only do when you are genuinely worried about the banking system collapsing. And here is the most important political consequence of all this. Putin was starting to feel pressure to negotiate on Ukraine. When your economy is struggling, when your people are getting poorer, when the war is costing more than you can sustain, you have to start thinking about compromise. Putin was potentially going to have to give up ground in Ukraine peace talks. Maybe not a lot of ground, but some. And for Putin, any concession on Ukraine is a massive political loss. So, this is where Russia was in February 2026, struggling, economically weakened, potentially on the verge of being forced to negotiate from a position of weakness. And then Donald Trump attacked Iran, and everything changed overnight. Okay, now I want to give you the most important number in geopolitics right now. And I want you to really sit with this number because it is shocking. Russia is making approximately $589 million per day from fossil fuel exports since this war started. $589 million per day. Let me put that in context for you. Russia's entire 2025 fiscal deficit, the gap between what the government spent and what it earned, could be covered in about 3 months at this rate. In 3 months, the problem that was threatening to break Russia's economy is now being solved automatically, every single day, without Putin doing anything at all. And where does this number come from? This is not Russian propaganda. This is from the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air, a Finland-based independent research organization that has been tracking Russian energy revenues very carefully since the Ukraine war began. By March 2026, Russia's fossil fuel earnings had reached a 2-year high, $713 million per day. Oil export volumes were up 16%. And here's the most devastating part. Seaborne crude revenues were up 115%. 115% in 1 month. Now, why is this happening? There are 2 reasons, and both of them were caused directly by America. Reason 1, the price of oil went up dramatically when the Strait of Hormuz was closed. Iran controls the strait. Iran closed it. Global oil supply was disrupted. When global oil supply goes down, prices go up. Russia sells oil. Russia benefits. Every single time oil goes up by $10 per barrel, Russian exporters earn approximately $2.8 billion more per month. And the government gets about $163 billion of that through taxes. So when oil goes from $60 to $90, which is what happened, that is a massive windfall for Russia.
5'8", 185 pounds. These are 32, 31.
Every month, automatically. Reason 2, and this is the one that really shows you how deep the trap America walked into. Trump lifted sanctions on Russia. Okay, let me explain what happened here because this is extraordinary. When Trump attacked Iran and the Strait of Hormuz closed, oil prices started spiking. The global economy started getting nervous. So what did Scott Bessent, Trump's Treasury Secretary, decide to do to calm things down? He lifted sanctions on Russian oil. He said, okay, the world needs more oil. Russia has oil. Let's let Russia sell its oil freely. Think about what this means. For 2 years, America and its allies had been building up a very careful sanction system designed to strangle Russia's oil revenues and force Russia to the negotiating table. This system was finally starting to work in early 2026. And then in one decision, to solve a problem caused by Trump's own war, Trump dismantled it. And the Russians, they were thrilled. Putin's spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russia recognized Washington's attempt to stabilize energy markets and that, in this respect, our interests coincide. Thank you very much. But it gets even better for Russia because the discount was eliminated. Here is how this works. Before this war, Russian oil was trading at a steep discount because of sanctions. Buyers, mainly India and China, knew that Russia had limited options for who it could sell to. So they used that leverage to push the price down. Russia was often selling its oil $20 to $30 per barrel below market price just to find buyers. In some transactions, Russia was actually selling below the cost of production. That discount was the economic bite of the sanctions. When Trump lifted sanctions, that discount disappeared overnight. Russia started selling at market price. In some Indian transactions, Russian oil started selling above the Brent benchmark, meaning above market price. The buyers lost their leverage completely, and Russia went from selling cheap oil that barely covered its costs to selling expensive oil that filled its treasury. So to summarize, America started a war. The war closed the Strait of Hormuz. Oil prices spiked. America lifted Russian sanctions to calm the market. Russia's oil discount disappeared, and Russia went from financial stress to a 2-year revenue high, all because of decisions made in Washington, all without Putin doing a single thing. Okay, now I want to go deeper because the money is just the beginning. The money is actually the least interesting part of what Putin gained. Let me explain what else happened. Think about the Ukraine situation. Before this war, America's attention was on Ukraine. The pressure on Putin was building. More weapons to Ukraine, more sanctions on Russia, more discussion in Washington about how to force Russia to negotiate. Putin was under pressure. He needed to find a way out. Now, America's attention is completely elsewhere. The American national security establishment, the Pentagon, the CIA, the State Department, they are all consumed by Iran. Every meeting is about Iran. Every resource is focused on Iran. Every intelligence asset is looking at the Middle East. Nobody in Washington is thinking seriously about Ukraine right now. This is what strategic analysts call a distraction. And it is a massive gift to Putin. Because here is what happens when America is distracted. Ukraine gets less attention, less pressure to provide weapons, less political will to maintain the sanctions architecture, and, most importantly, America becomes desperate for any win, any success, anywhere in the world. And Putin knows this, and Putin can use this. Let me give you a specific example. Putin right now is signaling that he might be willing to negotiate on Ukraine. He is making small gestures. He is speaking carefully. He is creating the impression of flexibility. Why? Because he knows that Trump desperately needs a diplomatic victory somewhere. Trump needs to be able to say to the American public, yes, the Iran war is difficult. Yes, it costs money, but look, I ended the war in Ukraine. I made a deal. Trump, the deal maker. And what kind of deal will Putin accept? A deal that is favorable to Russia. A deal that locks in the territory Russia has already taken. A deal that keeps Ukraine out of NATO. A deal that Putin can present to the Russian people as a victory. And Trump, distracted, desperate for a win, consumed by Iran, may be exactly willing to give Putin that deal. This is judo. You do not fight your opponent's strength. You use their momentum against them. Putin did not fight America. He let America fight itself, and now he is going to collect his prize in Ukraine while America is looking the other way. Okay, I want to now discuss something even more interesting, and that is the question of what this tells us about the structure of power in the modern world. Because most people think about power the wrong way. Most people think power is about who is loudest, who makes the most threats, who fires the most missiles, who has the biggest military. And if you think about power that way, then Putin looks weak in this situation. He said nothing. He did nothing. He stayed quiet. But I want to teach you a different concept of power, and it comes from game theory. The concept is called positional advantage. Okay, so here's the idea. In chess, the most important thing is not who makes the most aggressive move. The most important thing is who controls the most strategic squares. If you control the center of the board, if you have pieces in the right positions, then your opponent's every move strengthens you. Every move they make creates an advantage for you. You do not have to do anything. The structure of the board does the work for you. Putin is playing chess while America is playing checkers. What does this mean in practice? Russia sits at the center of global energy. Russia is the world's second largest oil exporter. Russia is the world's largest natural gas exporter. Russia's energy connects to Europe in the west, to China and India in the east. Whenever there is an energy crisis anywhere in the world, whenever oil prices spike, whenever supply is disrupted, Russia is in the center of that crisis. And being in the center means you have leverage over everyone. So when America starts a war that disrupts the oil supply, Putin does not need to do anything. The structure of the energy market does the work. Money flows to Moscow automatically. Every country that is scrambling to find oil looks to Russia. Every sanction that gets lifted to stabilize markets benefits Russia. The positional advantage does the work. And here is another dimension of this positional advantage. Russia maintains relationships with all sides in this conflict. Russia has a relationship with Iran. Russia has a relationship with the Gulf states. Russia has a relationship with Israel. Russia has a relationship with China. Russia talks to everyone. Russia fights with nobody. And this means that when this war eventually ends, Russia will be in the room for the reconstruction. Russia will be part of any energy settlement. Russia will have influence over whatever new order emerges in the Middle East. America, on the other hand, has burned most of its relationships in the region. The Gulf states are angry because American bases made them targets. Europe is angry because America lifted Russian sanctions without consulting them. China is angry about 100 different things. And the rest of the world, the global South, Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, they are watching America fight an illegal war with no UN mandate, and they are making mental notes about American reliability for the future. Putin, by saying nothing and doing nothing, maintained his relationships with everyone. And in geopolitics, relationships are leverage. Okay, now let me bring in a very important historical pattern, because as I always say, this is not a new story. This pattern has happened before. And understanding the pattern helps us predict what comes next. The pattern is what I call the benefit of the bystander. Think about the Cold War. America and the Soviet Union were the two great powers. And they were constantly fighting proxy wars in Korea, in Vietnam, in Angola, in Afghanistan. And every time they fought a proxy war, who benefited? Not the country doing the fighting. America did not benefit from Vietnam. The Soviet Union did not benefit from Afghanistan. Both of them spent enormous amounts of money, lost thousands of soldiers, and came out weaker. The countries that benefited were the bystanders. China benefited, West Germany benefited, Japan benefited. They stayed out of the conflicts, focused on their economies, and let the superpowers bleed each other. Now think about today. America is spending billions of dollars fighting in Iran. The military-industrial complex is absorbing the money. Soldiers are dying. Political will is being exhausted. The economy is being strained. And Putin is the bystander. Putin is doing what Japan did after the Korean War, focusing on his position, collecting his revenues, waiting for the right moment to collect his prize. There is another historical example that is even more precise, and this is the story of what happened after World War I. Think about this. The Ottoman Empire collapsed after World War I. It was the sick man of Europe, as they called it. And Britain and France competed with each other to carve up the Middle East, to take the oil, to draw the borders, to control the territories. They spent enormous energy and resources doing this, fighting each other, fighting the local populations, creating the colonial structures that would define the Middle East for the next 100 years. And while they were doing all of this, who was sitting back quietly, building its strength? The United States. America was not in the Middle East fighting after World War I. America was at home, building its industry, building its financial system, building its military. And when World War II came, America emerged as the dominant power not because it fought more than Britain and France, but because it waited longer and built more carefully. Putin is doing the same thing. He is not fighting in the Middle East. He is at home, collecting his oil revenues, rebuilding his military budget, waiting for America to exhaust itself. And when this war ends, whenever it ends, Russia will be in a stronger position than it was before it started. And America will be in a weaker position. That is the benefit of the bystander. Okay, now I want to address something that I think is very important, because some of you might be asking, but wait, does it...
Listen, I mellowed all the way out. Just so you know this. I just got mellowed all the way out. But let me say this. Trump and his regime, his friends, his family, his big daddy, they got played. I don't know how else to say it. Hey, Be Rich. Auntie Fila mellowed all the way out. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. But Trump and his whole posse, the smart, crooked, nasty, trifling PDFers have got played all the way out, as far as I'm concerned right now. Based on what, Lord, I done ate something I wasn't supposed to eat, or just drunk something I was not supposed to drink. When you have detoxed those toxins out of your body will immediately let you know that you have eaten something or drank something that you are not supposed to be drinking. I have to own that. Okay? Because my nose just immediately have gotten stuffy. Now, I'm going to assume that it was this. I'm going to take ownership of me, though. I'm going to assume that it's because of this Korean wine. And I say, although it was, we good. And it mellowed me all the way out. I'm going to say that because it has some artificial, it has natural, and it has some artificial flavor to it. And, alcohol is just not good for you either. But I thought that because it was not, from the U.S. and it was Korean, that I may be able to, But I am stuffy immediately. It attacked my, so I'm definitely going to have to detox. But anyway, everything I've heard today has led me to believe that the U.S., Trump and his posse, his crooked crew got played going to China. And if there has never, ever been anything that was put out there, out front, on display, for everybody to see, right? Where he can't lie. He can lie, but we seeing it for ourselves. Oh boy, ghost him on his arrival. They've never done that before. They ain't never ghost Trump. They felt like he was a power player. Now, y'all, if I say something crazy, I'm trying to make sure I don't, but it's this Shun Hurry, okay? They've always honored him, or whatever president, respectfully, because they felt like the power came from the U.S. Now they are blatantly letting you know that, no. Y'all should have never allowed him to be the president. We see all his flaws. And all the rumors before about him being a PDFer, you know, we kind of saw it, but we just kind of act like we didn't see it because he was the president of the United States. But now we see that he is weak as uck. We just gonna yank that. We gonna say, yeah. Give me that. Cause you weaker than we thought you were. You sicker, iller than we thought you was. So you're not even fit to follow. Ooh, that's heavy, y'all. Ooh, that's heavy. You're not even fit to follow. This is how I feel, in my opinion, they are handling him. Rightfully so. You understand? Rightfully so. It didn't take all of this to unravel for y'all to see that he wasn't strong enough for y'all to follow. Now, you know, normal protocol, or what we call in the corporate environment, standard operating procedures, have changed. And because they play with the system, the Constitution of the United States, for a year and almost a half, you also allow outsiders who are watching everything to understand the way you have in your cabinet have played and manipulated with words on, you know, that's in your opinion. You have allowed foreign countries to look at you and say, you know, kind of like, in our opinion, you ain't it. You expose your hand trying to be slick and cool to avoid them Epstein files coming out. And they already know you in there. They've already been hit with by Epstein some time ago with what do they call that? What do they call it? They've already been sent, notified, and provided, what is the word I'm looking for, with not just evidence, but blackmail information to hold over your head. They've been sitting on it, waiting for the perfect time, the opportune time to use it. They've already been knowing it. They've just been holding it. And now they don't have to hold it anymore. It's time to use it at their Pastor Kavasi. Can you feel it? Can you hear it, Monty? I done mellowed all the way out, Monty. You understand? I'm so leaned over. I'm so chilled. I mean, you know. Yes, Pastor Kavasi. You got an L. Pastor Kavasi. Let's go. Yeah. Who would have known? Thank you for the Mother's Day gift, baby, because look at here. I may have to deal with a little stuffy nose for a minute, you know. Detox that out, but this right here soon, hurry, babe. Mellow me all the way out. You almost really got the cool Auntie Fee, you know what I mean? You almost got her. Yeah, you know. We in this thing together, ain't we, man? Ain't we, everybody? Auntie Fee done chilled, you know, all the way out. I have really mellowed all the way out. This right here is a lick for real. Thank you. I don't know where you got it from. I do not know, but I will be asking. So all day long. Absolutely. I zoned all the way out. But listen, seriously, that's what's going on right now. And they really are playing in his face. And I hope and I pray that it's just not all a business. That hopefully they are taking the world in account for this troubled-hearted, trouble-minded, troubled acting person. He's not a president. He's absolutely not a president. He's not a good businessman. He's just a con man. And he has not only conned the U.S., he's conned the world. Because, you know, being a president, you interact with world leaders. So not only did he betray us, he betrayed them. But in the meantime, he allowed us to see. Now, that's just the ones who really want to see the truth. Now, I'm not talking about the people who are just going along to get along, just always agreeing with the person that they like. That's foolish. That is foolish. That'll lead you to places that you really are not equipped to go. It'll lead you to prison. It'll lead you to your grave. Just following somebody just because, you know, you're removing all logic, all reason, you know, all comprehensive, all of that. You just have submitted to being dumb. And that'll lead you to prison, or it will lead you to your grave. But if you have your own mind and you are really paying attention to what's going on, you understand that you have to spray the wall down for yourself for you to get the true picture of what's really going on. So that bypasses the go along to get along. That bypasses, I'm just hopeful to see if he gonna be able to pull it off. Because that means that you're putting your whole lineage in danger. Falling behind somebody who don't, you see who he has with him in order to help him, in order to think intelligently in China. But the problem with them are that they are only thinking for themselves. They're only thinking of their profit. They're only thinking for Trump. They're not thinking about the U.S. He said it out of his own mouth, whether he meant to or not. That he don't care nothing about the Americans' financial struggles. Who in their right mind would go along with that? Who in their right mind would assume that he's still focused to whatever the mega agenda was? He's not. And if in your mind you think he is, you're fooling yourself. Because his mental handicap has kicked in. On top of his selfish agenda. So you got two things going wrong. Oh, he's losing them every day, Monty. Every day. I'm thinking of that old song. Please don't. You know, I know I ain't finna hit this note because I'm stopped up. Can y'all hear it? Can y'all hear this stopped up? I got stopped up real quick, but I still ate something I probably shouldn't have ate because it took a bit. That old song, everywhere you go, there is trouble. There is trouble. Everywhere you go, there is strife. Yeah, that one. Everywhere you go, there is something that worries you. Just remember, God is always on your side. If you are a believer. That's if you are a believer in Jesus Christ. Now, if you're not, that song ain't for you. Because you don't understand that. Everywhere we go, there's going to be trouble until they get him out. Until they get him out. Until they get him out. Now, let me say this. I don't know. He's losing the mega party. Now, I don't know what made me get on past the... I don't know, but I know what I'm telling you is the truth. He has failed us, the U.S. He's just a failure, y'all. And there's nothing we can do but let God do what God is going to do. I don't know if that's the reason why I haven't been going live during the day. It's just too much, too often. And because he has lined these people up in position to allow him to get away with his agenda, trying to make them think that it's their agenda too. But hey, at some point they got to wake up, right? Right? They got to wake up too. So now he wants to be able to start a real World War III, but he need us, the darker shade of brown, to act a fool. I'm stopped up now, y'all. I'm stopped up for real. Yeah, I need to sit up. I done leaned all the way to the side. I'm so damn chill. I'm so chilled it ain't even funny. I'm so chilled it ain't even funny. Yeah, he need us to act a fool. He need for us to do what he knows, what they know that we can and will do. So they will have a reason not to face them people, because China done already clowned you, fool. Listeners. Now all he needs is for us to act a fool. Call us the N-word. That's why I want every one of my tea sippers to know when they call us the N-word, oh Lord, please, please lay on our spirit. Lay on our spirit enough to look at them and laugh and tell them you are a N-word too, because you come from us. I hope I pass that test whenever I am challenged with that N-word, so I can proudly say, you came from us. We didn't come from you. So if I'm an N-word, guess what that means for you? Instead of reacting to it in a negative way. They know they came from us. You understand? Good people. They know that they came from. Do they hate it? Yes. Is there anything they can do about it? They can attempt to depress and recess us again, but I don't think it's going to work. Because we know how to get by. We became accustomed to the finer things in life, but when push comes to shove, darker shade of brown, we know how to survive. We can eat good with a little bit of nothing. Listen, y'all come in close. I like this, y'all. I do. Come in close. Not only can we do good with a little bit of nothing, we can look good with a little bit of nothing. We can make them feel like ain't shit bothering us. We know how to do that. And we only need to use, I don't even want to say it out loud because folk gonna try us that way. You understand? They need for us to act the fool like they did in the Jim Crow era. so they can have an excuse. Don't give it to them. Let me say it again. And I mean this with all my heart. Don't give it to them. Because that's what they're banking on. They need us to act the fool. I'm going to say it again. They need us to act the fool so they can lock us up so we can't vote. I don't care what nobody say about our vote don't count. I'm going to tell you that's a MF lie. When they confident, they don't go through these measures. This is an insecure movement. What they're doing right now to erase our vote is an insecure movement. All they need is a reason. We are absolutely shocking them right now. We shocked them. We shocked them on January 6th. We shocked them on Floyd. We have absolutely been shocking them. Every time they think we're going to react, we be like, oh, no, dog. Don't take the bait. All I'm going to say is, don't take the bait. Chill on it. Chill on it. And take the pleasure in letting them know that they got our seed in them. We don't have their seed in us. I don't care if there was a crossbreed over. I don't care if little Sally went to Jimbo. I don't care about none of that. Sally already had our seed. We are 50 shades of brown because they crossed over. And educate them. Now, I hope I pass that test when push comes to shove, because it's going to be an honor for me. Hold it thought. When my cousin passed away, we actually had our family memorial with him. And me and my cousin, we hung out. And we was leaving the Mexican restaurant whose food was absolutely amazing. And the streets was a little lit, and somebody was tripping in the car. I think the girl was the lighter shade of 50 Shades of Brown, and the guy who was driving in his car was the brown. And I was on my Auntie Fee stuff, and I said, we all one, baby. You know. We just 50 Shades of Brown. Some is lighter than others, some is darker than others. But we all brown. We all in the Crayola box of brownness. And she got out. She was on the Peacher end. She got out her car and she was like, oh my God, I love that, yeah. Spread the word. We all in the brown Crayola box, baby. We all family, we all one. Yeah, we don't have to be divided because we all one. We all come from God. And he was bronze. And she was like, oh my God, I love it. I love you. I just da-da-da-da. And my cousin looked at me and she was like, oh, now that was a moment. Absolutely. It was a moment. Because we got to present it that way in order for us all to receive it that way. So it was a moment for her. Yeah, we all one. We cannot be divided. They want us to be divided, but we all come from God. And God was bronze, baby. Some is just darker than others. Some is just peachier than others. But we all in the same Crayola box, baby. She's like, oh my God, can I give you a hug? I said, absolutely. That's how we got to look at it. That's how we got to spin that thing. That's how we got to spin it, y'all. That's the only way we're going to defeat the devil at his own game of division. If you are a believer in Jesus Christ, we all in the same box of Crayola box, baby. We all come from God. Okay, y'all, I'm finna go. Because Auntie Fee is chilling. I'm chill right now. I don't know if y'all have met the chill Auntie Fee. But welcome to the chill side, baby. And here got me chill. Okay, good people. Now, I think, what time is it? 7:14. If I can make it, I need for us to talk about something else that's going on right now. And it is the drive to divide. I think that Trump and the pro-Israel are mad at the darker shade of brown. I think that they are, in their minds, they need to punish us. I think that this is some of the redistricting. That's just my opinion. And I think I need to get my nasal right, you know, and we need to talk about it and hear about it later on today. Is that all right? Y'all okay with that? That's why I say it is not our fight. Just vote. I agree with that, Janet. I agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. It's not our fight, but I need to touch bases on that. I got to put it out there because we all need to vote. And there is a jacket. Should I say jacket? Agenda to remove any assistance for the black, the darker shade of brown. There is a agenda that we need to hear about, think about, and talk about. Is that all right if I come back a little late? If I can make it. If I can make it, I made sure I saved what I've noticed to watch later. So let me chill out a little bit and get rehydrated, fix my sinuses and all of that right there, and I'll be back a little later. Okay, good people. Is that? Oh, do I need to finish this? Yeah, let me finish this.
It was before it started, and America will be in a weaker position. That is the benefit of the.
Hold on, let's finish this up. Let's finish this up. I don't care nothing about the likes. Let's just finish this up. I'm gonna back it up a little bit. Let's go, and then I'll be back later.
But not because it fought more than Britain and France, but because it waited longer and built more carefully. Putin is doing the same thing. He is not fighting in the Middle East. He is at home, collecting his oil revenues, rebuilding his military budget, waiting for America to exhaust itself. And when this war ends, whenever...
After he done lowered them or removed them sanctions for Putin. Now, let's not forget that Epstein sent Putin some blackmail information. We can't forget that. It's in the Epstein files. Epstein sent Putin some blackmail information. He for one thing we know he got is the Trump ate the shit out of Bubba's pickle. Baby, he ate the shit out of that pickle. We know he got that. But word is that he got some information with him and some minors. So Putin can probably get whatever he wants until another country put a stop to it. So let's go. Let's go.
It ends, Russia will be in a stronger position than it was before it started, and America will be in a weaker position. That is the benefit of the bystander. Okay, now I want to address something that I think is very important, because some of you might be asking, but wait, doesn't Putin have risks here too? Isn't this dangerous for Russia as well? And
90%
yes,
are white,
absolutely.
Monty.
I want to be honest about this because I always want to give you the full picture, not just the part that supports my argument. There are risks for Russia. The first risk is if oil prices suddenly collapse. If this war ends quickly and oil goes back down to $50 a barrel, then Russia loses the windfall and the sanctions that were lifted might come back. In that scenario, Russia is worse off because it used up its stockpile of sanctioned oil. The 140 million barrels that were stuck at sea, and those barrels are gone. That reserve is now down to about 100 million barrels. So Russia benefited from selling that oil, but it cannot replenish those reserves quickly. The second risk is Ukraine. Zelensky is not stupid. He saw immediately what was happening. And the Gulf states, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, they suddenly needed help defending their airspace from Iranian drones. And who has the most experience with drones? Ukraine. So Zelensky went to the Gulf and offered his drone expertise and his drone technology. In exchange, he gets money, he gets relationships, he gets leverage. This is brilliant on Zelensky's part. And it means that Russia's distraction theory does not work perfectly because Ukraine is using the distraction to build new alliances.
They don't want you to know about it.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout?
The third risk is the long-term scenario where high oil prices actually accelerate the transition away from oil. If oil stays at $100 or $150 a barrel for years, countries have a much stronger incentive to build solar panels, wind turbines, electric cars. And the faster that transition happens, the less the world needs Russian oil. So the short-term windfall could actually accelerate the long-term threat to Russia's economic model. So these risks are real. I am not saying Putin has won forever. I am saying that right now, in the short to medium term, Putin is winning. And that is worth understanding. Okay, so let me now put this all together into the big picture, because I want you to understand not just what is happening, but why it is happening. Here is the fundamental question. Why is America losing? Why is Russia winning? Why is Iran surviving? Why are all of America's strategic calculations going wrong? And the answer goes back to something I have discussed many times before. The problem is hubris. The problem is arrogance. The problem is the belief that because you are powerful, you do not need to think carefully. You do not need to plan. You do not need to understand your opponents. America went into this Iran war believing Iran would surrender quickly. It did not plan for Iran fighting back. It did not plan for Yemen joining. It did not plan for the Strait of Hormuz closing, and it absolutely did not plan for Putin being the biggest winner. Because if you had sat down beforehand and asked, okay, if we start a war with Iran and the strait closes and oil prices spike, what happens to Russia? The answer would have been obvious. Russia wins. Of course Russia wins. Russia is an oil exporter. High oil prices are good for Russia. Russia has an incentive to see this war continue. Russia has no incentive to help America end it. But nobody in the Trump administration asked that question, because asking that question requires careful thinking. It requires strategic depth. It requires the kind of planning that produces 50-page work programs like China's 5-year plan. And as I have discussed before, the American government right now cannot produce that kind of serious thinking. The tariff war was run by 4 people with a 1-page document. The Iran war was started without a plan for what happens after day 1. And the Putin situation was simply not thought about at all. Putin did not create this situation. He just recognized it. He saw what America was going to do before America did it. He understood the structural consequences better than the Americans themselves. And he positioned himself to benefit. That is the difference between strategic thinking and strategic impulsivity. One produces chess players. The other produces people who are shocked when pawns become queens. Okay, so what happens next? Let me give you my analysis. Putin is now in an extraordinarily strong position for the Ukraine negotiations. He has money, $589 million a day is filling his war chest. He has time, America is distracted and cannot pressure him. He has leverage. The world needs Russian energy, and America just proved it by lifting sanctions. And he has Trump, a man who desperately needs a deal, any deal, that he can call a victory. My prediction is this: Putin will use this moment to push for a Ukraine peace deal that is favorable to Russia. He will not be maximalist. He will not demand everything, because that would make a deal impossible and the war would continue, which is also fine for him. But he will push hard for the core things that matter. Russia keeps the territory it has taken. Ukraine stays out of NATO. Western sanctions are reduced or eliminated as part of the peace agreement, and the world moves on. Trump, consumed by Iran, needing a win, will be tempted to give Putin most of what he wants. Europe, which has been opposing this, will be weakened because America lifted Russian oil sanctions without consulting them, a sign that America is no longer treating European concerns as important. And if this happens, if Putin gets a favorable Ukraine settlement while America is stuck in Iran, then Putin will have achieved in 6 months what he could not achieve in 4 years of fighting. He said nothing. He did nothing. And he won everything, okay? I want to close with one final thought, because I think there is a deeper lesson here that goes beyond Russia and beyond this war. The lesson is about the difference between active power and structural power. Active power is what most people think of when they think of power. You do something. You make a move. You fire a missile. You impose a sanction. You make a speech. You threaten. You act. And your power is measured by how much you can do. Structural power is different. Structural power is about position. It is about where you sit in the system, in the energy system, in the financial system, in the trade system. If you sit in the right position, you do not need to do anything. The system does the work for you. When others move, they move in your direction. When others struggle, they come to you for help. Your power grows not from your actions, but from your position. Russia's structural power comes from energy. Whenever the energy system is disrupted, and for any reason by anyone, Russia benefits. It does not matter who started the disruption. It does not matter why. The structure of the global energy market places Russia at the center, and that center position pays dividends automatically. And this is what most American strategists do not understand. They think about active power. They think we have the best military, we can bomb anything, we can threaten anyone. What they do not think about is structural power. Who benefits from the structures we are disrupting? Who is sitting in the position that profits from our actions? China understands this. China does not fight. China builds infrastructure. China creates trade relationships. China sits in the center of the Belt and Road Initiative, the largest infrastructure network in human history. And every time the West disrupts trade, every time America starts a war, every time the global order is shaken, China's structural position becomes more valuable. More countries need China. More trade flows through China's networks. More countries sign deals with China without China doing anything aggressive at all. Putin learned this lesson from China. Sit in the center.
You can't let me have this on my own, Monty. You got to get in there. You got to get in there with me.
America is still thinking about the 20th century, when active power was enough, when you could bomb your way to victory, when the biggest military won. But this is the 21st century. And in the 21st century, structural power is what determines outcomes. Putin said nothing. He did nothing because he did not need to. The structure of the world did the work for him. Okay, so that is my analysis for today. As always, this is not prophecy. This is not me saying this must happen. This is structural analysis, looking at the positions of the players, understanding the incentives, and using game theory and historical patterns to understand where this is going. Question everything I have said. Look at the evidence. Think for yourself. That is the whole point of predictive history.
Vaginal. Monty, you find your girl some of this? Lord, let me go. Lord, let me go.
Depositories.
Never out of time.
I'm going to assume you married. Can I just assume that so I won't be giving you some ungodly... Listen, get her some of this. Right now, the only one I've tried is this one. Get her some of this. And you know, T.I. song, you can have whatever you like. Hey. Yeah, it's going to be one of them type of evenings.
And hoping that it
respectfully. You understand? That right there is it. That right there is a good lick. Okay? So yeah, I'm gonna try to come back later on tonight. I need for us to get into their plan. They plan about the darkest shade of brown. There appears to be a plan and an agenda, and we just need to be mindful of the direction in which their mindset is. You understand? You know, so we can be prepared. We can't control it, but we can be prepared. Is that all right? Gotta get in the car. Okay, y'all. Well, I'm buying 2 more bottles. Just have one of the green outfits you had on a couple of... Oh, that green. That green when I was walking down the street. Get in there. Get you some. Get some for her. Yeah, so she can zone in real good, proper, like just be chill. Don't have nowhere, no care. Nowhere, no care. Nowhere, no care. Jump just landed in Beijing. And I'll be back later. I'm going to probably set it for about 9:30 out. So be prepared. They thinking they planning on removing us. I've been telling y'all, hot sparkle in your eye. Making America great again means making America slaves again. He did it. What did he do 36 minutes ago? What did he do?
Alright, wow. We have some good news in this video, and you know, this one is for everybody. Whether you are a Democrat, an independent, or a Republican, we should all be able to appreciate and celebrate the immense success coming out of New York City over the past 6 months. Whether it's the $12 billion budget deficit being balanced down to zero, which is beautiful, or whether it's the free childcare that is now available to many New Yorkers who are working their ass off every single day. Whether it's the fixed roads or the lower...
Yeah, no, what's going on right here?
This benefit is being kept from our senior population, but every senior homeowner has the right to know that it exists.
As we've been reporting, President Trump is in Beijing for high-stakes meetings with Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping. President Trump last visited Beijing nearly a decade ago in 2017. This time around, the two are expected to discuss trade, the Middle East, and Taiwan. China claims the self-governing island is part of its own territory. Last year, the U.S. approved an $11 billion arms sale to Taiwan. President Trump is now considering whether to follow that up with an additional $14 billion package. Jonathan Zinn joins us now. He's a fellow at the Brookings Institution's China Center and a former senior China analyst at the CIA. Thank you so much for joining us. So what does China want from the U.S. when it comes to Taiwan?
Yeah, I think what they are really looking to do in this meeting is foreclose the possibility of another giant arms sale like what happened, as you mentioned at the outset, back in the fall right after the two leaders met. China was very upset about that outcome, and I think they felt like it was very embarrassing for President Xi to have that engagement with President Trump, and then for really a historic arms sale to follow immediately on the heels.
What does that say when you have that type of money, $11 billion, $14 billion? You know, essentially, what is the U.S. strategy when it comes to Taiwan?
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. For the first time since 2017, a sitting U.S. president is making a state visit to China, and the stakes could hardly be higher. President Trump arriving, facing a far more complicated relationship than during his first trip nearly a decade ago, with tensions over trade, technology, Taiwan, AI, national security, and also the Middle East hanging over this major summit. He did touch down on Wednesday local time, expected to meet Thursday local time in the next several hours. Though both countries have major economic reasons to avoid escalation, and expectations modest, there are still signs both sides could look for stability and predictability, including extending that trade truce. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State.
Let's
go out on this one.
This is the president saying pretty clearly he's worried about a nuclear Iran and not worried about Americans putting food on the table or keeping gas in.
He don't give a shit about none of us.
Can you lead a country if you don't care about the one thing the public says it cares about more than anything else?
Well, first of all, it's great to see you, Chris. I don't think so. You know, I think the constitutional mandate for the President of the United States is not only to provide for the common defense, but also to promote the general welfare. And there's a general
He don't care
sense
nothing about
in the
that.
country
He don't even know what that
everyday
means.
ordinary folk are struggling to make ends meet, to put food on the table, to pay their bills, to ensure that their children will have a better future than they themselves. And, you know, we talked about Trump and his ballroom having a Marie Antoinette moment. This is clear. This moment where he just said he has no concern for the financial interest of everyday ordinary Americans. And so you have to ask yourself, Chris, whose interests are actually motivating him as he makes these decisions?
Laura, the president's comments come on the same day that CNN released a new poll. It shows the president's disapproval rating on the economy is at 70%. That's his highest ever. Throughout his first term, it never broke 50%. Are folks at the White House trying to spin this, to explain it, or are they just going to let the president's words speak for themselves?
Right now, Chris, they're letting the president's words speak for themselves, speak for itself. I mean, the president has been saying over and over again that his main goal here, even when faced with poor poll numbers, even when faced with the pain that people are feeling in their pocketbooks, is to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. And even when I talk to allies of the president and Republicans who support his agenda, they say that they feel as though the president and the White House has not made a concerted argument to the American public, or a cohesive one or a consistent one, when talking about why it's worthwhile to continue the war in Iran and why the pain that they're feeling is worth it for them to continue the war. So, you know, right now the president arrived in Beijing just a few hours ago, and he may be attempting to shift the focus a bit to what is happening here, to the two-day summit. And look, he's asking for China. He's asking for a lot from China. He's asking for them to buy billions in American goods, be it agriculture, beef, airplane parts, and Boeing airplanes. But he's also going to ask them for help with Iran, for help with reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and also to open up the Chinese markets to companies like NVIDIA and their chips that are key to the AI boom. And when I've talked to former national security officials about what they think heading into this summit, they believe that China has more leverage than the U.S. does walking into these talks.
Absolutely.
And I was speaking to the president's former national security advisor, John Bolton, who served during the president's first term, and he's concerned that the president is so desperate to get a win, to get some actionable items to take home, that he may be willing to make more concessions to the Chinese that could be damaging to the U.S. than China is willing to
he gonna sell us out
in these talks, Chris.
So, Robbie, I wonder what other people around the world, and I'm thinking particularly about the U.S.'s traditional allies, what they must think when they hear President Trump say he doesn't care about the concerns of his own people when it comes to the war.
I mean, look, I think they'll read that as pure defensiveness because, of course, Trump is extremely worried about what his people are thinking. He's looking at the same polls we are. And I think that soundbite you played was just an expression of him saying exactly the opposite of what he genuinely felt. But look, Europeans, for example, traditional American allies who now feel quite jolted and jilted by the Trump second term, they're going to point to the fact that their citizens are suffering even more than Americans are. Think of countries in Asia, for example, which are feeling far more pain than Americans are, even though Americans are feeling significant pain. And I don't want to diminish that, but remember, America is an energy superpower. European countries are importing gas at much higher prices than Americans face. Asian countries have broadly shut universities. They've reduced work weeks from 5 days to 4 days. They're having to cut back on cooking gas. I mean, the pain they're feeling is intense, and all of them are wondering how on earth this conflict is going to end. Many of them will actually be looking to China to maybe try and put its thumb on the scale. They will also be remembering that Iran's foreign minister was in China a week ago, and maybe Beijing has some leverage there, because remember, no matter what America wants, no matter what China wants, there is a third party in this conflict, Iran, and what it wants is extremely crucial. It has many of the cards that it didn't even have before, and much of that is because this has been a war that was bungled from its very inception and has left America in a worse position than it was before it started.
So, General, if we take President Trump at his word, the number one focus is preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. But one of the problems is it's hard to tell whether we're getting really closer to that goal, in part because of how the administration has been spinning it. The New York Times writes this, quote, "The new intelligence assessment suggests that Mr. Trump and his military advisors overestimated the damage that the U.S. military could inflict on Iranian missile sites and underestimated Iran's resilience and ability to bounce back." If that's the case, can you still be successful, at least on the trajectory that seems to be where we are right now?
It's going to be very challenging, Chris. One of the things we have to think about is not just overestimating the potential for what we can do against the institutions within Iran, but also what we're using to get that effect. The president, I think, and the Department of Defense find themselves in a conundrum right now because they have used so many precision weapons. And all of the reporting, if you believe all the reporting from newspapers like the Washington Post and the New York Times, which I do, seems to indicate that we have used an excessive amount of precision weapons that are not only costly but hard to produce after you use them up. So now the administration's kind of on this fault line of, well, do we do more? Do we use more precision weapons to try and persuade even more when it hasn't been effective so far? And what I'd suggest too, having actually gone to combat in the Middle East, Iran has not stayed still. They have hidden the kinds of equipment that we think we have destroyed. The targets we had months ago are likely not the places where some of these weapons caches and equipment is, because Iran has been attacked for the last 2 decades by Israel and more recently by us. They have moved things around. They have adapted. That's the kind of things that nations do when they're under attack. So, whereas some of the intelligence analysts at the top are saying, well, we're hitting a lot of targets, we're doing a lot of damage, but when you know what is the possibility of a nation to protect themselves and adapt, the movement of those kind of arms caches and equipment is likely. I saw that in Iraq, and I think we see it anywhere else that a nation is being attacked by superpowers and those who outweigh them. So Iran is definitely using their asymmetric capabilities to counter anything that the president does. And it's going to be very difficult to continue to execute an intimidation and a bullying campaign against this nation, even though they have been hurt. They have been damaged significantly, but they're still standing, as it were.
Arguably, until now, Donald Trump has been remarkably successful at changing what seemed to be the facts on the ground simply with his messaging by saying something else is actually happening. And a lot of people, frankly, buy into it. But now NBC News has a report out today, General, saying that if the president does decide to resume combat operations, the Pentagon may change the name from Operation Epic Fury to Operation Sledgehammer, apparently believing they can then effectively restart the clock on whether they have to go to Congress. But is war a war? No matter what, war by any other name is still a war?
Yeah, we're talking about something that's really ludicrous, Chris. What I'll tell you again in combat from my experience, we had all kinds of operational names. Those are campaign plans where it should be a part of overarching strategy. What we're seeing now is playing with naming conventions, which I'll just say, I'll name some of the campaign operations I had. Operation Iron Hammer, Operation Iron Resolve, you can go on and on. That's part of a subset of an overarching strategy. Just because you change the name doesn't mean you stop the war and start it again. It really is the Department of Defense and the administration playing games with Congress. And that really is unfortunate because it runs counter to what our Constitution says in terms of who declares war.
Chipotle Honey Chicken is back. Step into summer with fresh grilled chicken, spicy Chipotle peppers, and the perfect touch of pure honey. Open the summer with Chipotle Honey Chicken. It's taking heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Lord, this moving slow.
And we know, Eddie, how unhappy the president is with criticism of the war. Overnight, he posted this, quote, "When the fake news says that the Iranian enemy is doing well militarily against us, it's virtual treason in that it is such a false and even preposterous statement. They are aiding and abetting the enemy." We have become, frankly, somewhat immune to the president calling reports he doesn't like fake news. And then he started going after Mark Kelly, suggesting that he was being treasonous. Now he seems to be using that word more and more against people who disagree with him, but also seeming to threaten charges against them. Have we entered into a whole new territory here, Eddie? And how concerned should we be? Is it just words?
No, not at all. I mean, first of all, we need to just simply sit with what General Hurley just laid out for us. And the president is going to, in so many ways, ask the American public to sacrifice, given the games that they're playing, not only with constitutional authority of Congress, but really with the blood and treasure of the United States. And then you combine that with the authoritarian impulses, Chris, where there's an ongoing effort to undermine any process, any mechanism of accountability of his executive authority. And that isn't new. That's been a part of Trump 2.0 ever since he was inaugurated. And so we need to see this in the context of the fog of war as the ongoing effort to expand the scope of executive power without accountability. And that is a fundamental existential danger to American democracy as such.
Okay, y'all, I'll be back later, okay? Go get your bath and your little sip and get your tea ready. And I think I'm gonna schedule it. We gotta know we're going in. If that's all right with y'all. And we're gonna try to tap into, wow, it's really something. This is really something. Yeah, it's a big deal. Okay, Sparkle, I'll be back around 9. What time is it? Oh, probably like 9:30. Okay, good people. I'll be back. Y'all have a good one.